dilly billy hilly churl. Woo.
One, two, a Pokemon issue, 3, 4. Alright, I'm missing it. Good. Oh. Oh. Let's get continuing onward. Kokomi!
Kokomi! Kokomi! We found the merchant's stuff! Look! I see. Oh, nothing. I just zoned out for a moment.
Oh?
Let's see here. Yes, these are the stolen goods, alright. Food, medicine, farming tools. All essential for post-war recovery. And he was probably stockpiling them until he could make a handsome profit. By contrast, it's doubtful that the Tenryou Commission has any need of these items. So the idea that he was supplying them doesn't make a lot of sense. In all likelihood, he's just an opportunistic merchant. Nothing quite as scandalous as Matsuda and Uchimura had imagined. He's hardly a saint, though, right? How could he stockpile things that people are desperate for? We're not just gonna give them back to him and let him go, are we? It doesn't feel right. Don't worry. I had already foreseen this. In my recently issued post-war temporary decree, I included restrictions on the prices of essential everyday goods. These items will ultimately reach the people at a reasonable price.
Alright.
If he had taken the time to read the decree, it's unlikely he ever would have ended up in this predicament. Kokomi, you think of everything!
Exactly.
I wish that were true. Take this alleged collusion between the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui, for example. I'm still completely stumped. The low energy doesn't exactly help. Huh? What do you mean by that? Nothing. Come on. Let's
You're
take the goods
tired,
back.
aren't you?
It's not long now until the victory feast. It'll be a race against the clock to get all of this resolved before... Got it! First we mend the peace, then we attend the feast!
You're tired, aren't you, Kokomi? You just want a break from all this, I bet. Oh, I gotta let this stamina recharge.
Yeah. Jackpot.
Okay. Uh-huh. Jeez, you're still really useful to me.
Yeah.
Dun, dun.
Incoming.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Speed of light.
I'll have to come back to that later and find out.
Let the show begin.
Is it my time?
Okay, that was stupid. That wasn't that high of a drop. Yo, what up?
My goods! You got them back, huh? Thank you, Your Excellency. And thank you, Captain. You see, I told you I was innocent.
I'm not so sure. You could have easily planned the whole thing with the Fatui in advance.
Based on the information we gathered from the Fatui camp, there's nothing to suggest he had any correspondence with them. Had it been the case, then knowing how the Fatui operates, they would have left some evidence of it.
But what if...
No ifs, no buts. We've recovered the goods. As agreed, this is sufficient to establish his innocence.
Apologies.
Guess we got carried away.
What did I tell you? You army numbskulls don't have a clue. All brawn and no brains coming to me with your crazy conspiracies. Lay off me next time, got it?
Sir, I'm afraid you're getting ahead of yourself. You may be innocent of the accusations originally leveled at you, but hoarding essential goods is a crime under the temporary decree. You must bear the consequences. You have already admitted to being the owner of these goods, so we are obliged to respond with appropriate measures. In addition to enforcing the sale of these goods at the accepted rates, there will also be a fine, the amount of which...
Wait, Your Excellency, whose side are you on here?
I have no business taking sides. As the Divine Priestess of Watatsumi Island, I abide by the principle of clear and consistent rewards and punishments. Just as merit must be recognized, mistakes must be penalized. You may have been proven innocent of the more serious allegations leveled at you, but this does not exempt you from bearing the consequences of your mistakes.
Wait a minute.
Well, don't just stand there. Take him away. Time to pay up.
Your Excellency, he says all the goods belong to him, but it doesn't add up. Those of a Tenryo Commission emblem are probably his, but not the rest. Especially these ones. They're clearly for shrine use.
It seems the Fatui simply dumped all their stolen goods in one place. Leave the shrine paraphernalia to me. As for the rest, I'll leave you to sift through and try to track down the owners. I know, that's a lot to ask.
Not at all, Your Excellency. We're on it. But if I may, Your Excellency, maybe there were no signs of collusion in this case, but our people know what they saw. Something is going on between the Tenryo Commission and the Fatui. I know the peace talks are coming up, so please keep an open mind.
I understand your concern. I'll be sure to give it further consideration. I'm going to take these items back to the Sangonomiya Shrine. Why don't you come along for the walk?
Alright, Kokomi.
Watatsumi Island observes different customs than the rest of Inazuma. I imagine it must all seem a little alien to you.
Not really.
It's been a long time since I last came to this village. There's been a lot to deal with recently. Next time you visit, I'll take you to... visit Watatsumi Island's old shrine.
Alright. Oh, something's happening.
You know, the earliest shrine on Watatsumi Island was not located in Sangonomiya. It was close to the Statue of the Seven. Back then, the people of this island recognized the shogun's existence, despite not venerating her as the shogunate do. But after she struck down our protector deity, the shrine was abandoned. Relations between Watatsumi Island and the shogunate have soured ever since. Mistrust has become deep-rooted over time. I've been hoping to raise all this at the peace talks and discuss it properly. Grievances have to be let go eventually.
Your Excellency, what brings you out this way on your busy schedule? Oh my, you're looking a little worse for wear. You need to take better care of yourself, okay? All of our fates depend on you.
Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine.
No, you're not. You are
Your
tired.
Excellency, I beg you, heed a word of advice. After all this time fighting the Shogun's army, peace is not something that can simply be declared. If we reconcile with them, the god who once protected us will have died in vain.
Come on, it's ancient history. Besides, the fighting is barely over. We should be grateful to be at peace once more.
I know, it's just... We should remain strong in these negotiations. We mustn't be too ready to compromise.
Yeah.
I appreciate your concerns. I will consider the options carefully, and be sure to proceed appropriately.
Wonderful. We're all counting on you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency? Well, I'll be... fancy meeting you at a place like this. Do you know, my daughter's enrolled herself in the Shrine Maiden selection process this year. If she makes it into Sangonomiya, I'll be one very happy mother. You're a kind and gracious leader. She'd be in very good hands. I'm always telling my daughter that if she gets the chance to learn from Her Excellency directly, she must make the most of it. I mean, just look at Her Excellency, still so young, but so mature and intelligent. My daughter has always looked to you as a role model.
Well, if she comes to Sangonomiya, I'll look out for her.
Your Excellency. Boy, am I glad you're here. As you know, agricultural output has taken a pretty big hit this year. Let me bring you up to speed on the latest situation.
Oh, Your Excellency, isn't this the captain of Swordfish 2? Will he be based on Watatsumi Island from now on?
Oh dear, oh dear.
Your Excellency!
Please, remain calm, everyone. I'll get around to all your queries. Though, for the longer ones, I'd prefer it if you could write a report and submit it to the shrine. Then I can respond to each one as and when I have the time. Are you alright?
I'm fine.
This kind of thing is water off a duck's back for you, huh?
Yeah, we got a couple of
Excellency, here you are. There's been a situation. We're still waiting on the delivery of a whole batch of ceremonial items. I'm beginning to worry that they've been stolen.
Oh, we retrieved those already. No need to worry.
Really? That's fantastic. You never cease to amaze us, Your Excellency. I sorted through all the petitions received recently and placed them on your desk. Also, according to the schedule, you're just in time for your meeting today on the development of the textiles industry.
That's today? Right now?
Yes, the two young ladies have arrived safely. We're just waiting for you.
I see. I was hoping to take a walk around the island with you, but it looks like we'll have to save that for some other time. Oh, let's rendezvous tomorrow at the entrance to Sangonomiya Shrine. Then we'll go and make preparations for the victory feast.
Yay! The victory feast! Just to be clear, we're talking lots of delicious food, right?
That's the name of the game. There'll be some Watatsumi Island specialties, which I'm sure you'll enjoy.
Great! See you tomorrow then!
boy. She does not sound all into it. Kobe.
Huh. Kokomi isn't here yet. That's weird. She doesn't seem like the type to show up late to things. Let's wait a little longer. How is she still not here? Do you think she could be in trouble?
Or sleep.
Let's go ask that soldier over there.
Are you looking for Her Excellency? I'm afraid she isn't here at the moment. I don't know where she's gone.
So strange. Guess we should just call it a rain check then?
Not necessarily. If I recall correctly, Her Excellency has made special provisions for such a scenario in her general operational directives.
Oh?
Let me see. Yes, number 98. Should a visitor from afar come to see me, and should my whereabouts be unknown, direct them to proceed southward until they arrive at a tree with purple foliage. The footnote stipulates that this only applies when Her Excellency has made no communication regarding her whereabouts before disappearing. And even then, only when the visitor in question is of VIP status. As far as I'm concerned, you two tick all of the boxes. I keep this directive on me at all times. I'm sure this is the right course of action.
Kokomi really does think of everything. Alright, let's find the place she wrote about and have a look.
Hopefully. Get back. Alright, let's go to the place. Southward, a purple foliage. Kokomi!
Are you sure this is the right place? It feels like we keep heading deeper into the middle of nowhere. Hey, doesn't that tree look like the one she described in the directive? It looks like there's a way in over there. Let's take a look. Kokomi! So this is where you ran off to. We were gonna meet up and get things ready for the victory feast today. What happened?
Is she asleep?
It's you. I apologize. I'm not feeling my usual self today.
You got sick? We'll go find a doctor right away!
No. It's nothing like that. It's just... my energy is completely spent.
You run on energy? You mean you're like a ruin guard?
No, it's just a figure of speech. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I can't always be the infinitely capable person I present myself as. You noticed? I guess I haven't quite mastered the ability to hide how I'm feeling. I'll keep working at it.
No, don't.
To be honest, I'm not really cut out to be a leader. At first, my dream was to read up on military strategy and perhaps become an advisor. Constantly communicating with people, trying to retain their morale, having to read between the lines, making sure everyone gets the recognition they deserve. It's such hard work. You're somehow supposed to make people feel wonderful, just from being in your presence, while also commanding their respect. It doesn't come naturally to me. And truth be told, it's something I never wanted for myself. But because of my bloodline, I was always going to end up being the Divine Priestess, sooner or later. Like it or not, it's just the way it is. So, whenever I feel overwhelmed, I come here, to just lose myself in a book and relax for a while. Don't worry, it doesn't affect my work. I handed over preparations for the victory feast to someone else. I have to make a speech tonight, and I mustn't give the troops any reason to suspect that something could be wrong. This peace was hard won, and I want them to feel at ease.
Is there anything we can do to help?
I should be feeling energized again soon if I hold off on work for a little longer. If only there was some way I could listen to a good read on military strategy. I'm sure that'd speed up the process. I was reading a book last time I was here, but I only got about halfway through. Oh, where did I put it?
We'll find it for you, and then we'll read it out to you to help you recover.
You do that for me? Thank you. I'm really lucky you came back to Watatsumi Island.
Of course. You're a friend.
Whoa, look at all these petitions. So does Kokomi make time to deal with these even when she's resting? Sangonomiya Events Cash Flow Statement. Consolidated Annual Report on Fishing Production. Watatsumi Island Monthly Maintenance Expenses Breakdown? This is a lot of work for one person. And it's on top of all the directives she has to write and the people she has to meet day to day. It's no wonder she gets burnt out from time to time. Let's track down that book and help her feel like herself again. Hey, look! Could this be the book she wanted?
So, energy -4. Oh. Oh, Tepe.
Swordfish Captain came back today. Energy +4.
That's me.
That's just, give it here.
Guess that was the wrong one. Let's keep looking.
She's really spent. Those negatives
It's gotta
out.
be this one, right? Look, there's even a bookmark. None of the other books have one, so she must have finished reading those already. Ooh, it's pretty dense. Paimon doesn't understand a thing. Well, let's take it over and read it to her.
Poor Kokomi.
Kokomi, is this the book you wanted?
I'm not sure, actually. Could you read a bit out loud?
Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Kokomi? Kokomi! Oh no! She's fallen asleep! What are we gonna do? Tonight's the victory feast! Not to mention that the peace talks are just around the corner! She's got so much to do! You sure that's a good idea? She does look pretty exhausted. Guess there's still some time to go too. Alright, Let's keep her company while she rests. Avoid disaster. Protect peace at all costs.
Oh, she's sweet talking. Oh.
War's over. Things are slowly getting better. Did you see? What time is it? Did I fall asleep? Yep. You've been out for ages. It's nearly time for the feast. I can't believe it got so late. I haven't slept that peacefully in so long. That's gotta be 3 whole energy points right there. Should be enough to see me through the peace talks. Thank you. Well, we better get ourselves over there. It's nearly time to light the bonfire. Woohoo! Kokomi's back to full energy! Good to have you back.
Kokomi. We don't need to do all this fast.
It looks like everything's in place for the feast. But I still need to give a quick speech before the festivities begin.
Oh, how much energy will that take? Do you think you've got enough?
Don't worry, I've got plenty. Thanks to you two, I recovered more quickly than usual.
That's great! We'll be rooting for you.
Welcome, everyone. Today is the day that we celebrate our victory. Recently, our war with the Shogun's army came to an end, and we finally saw the abolition of the Vision Hunt Decree. None of us can know what the Inazuma of the future will look like. But tomorrow, I meet with the Tenryou Commission for Peace Talks. I give you my word that I will strive for peace for Watatsumi Island once and for all. Thank you all for your valiant efforts throughout. Truly, it is only through those efforts that we have been able to prevail in this trying war. This feast is held in honor of each and every one of you gathered here today. I hope all of you get to relax and enjoy our hard-won victory.
Yay!
Tonight seems to have gone off without a hitch. I'm so glad it's all going smoothly. People tend to be more open when they're in a good mood. Could I ask you to go around and see what information you can gather? I still have no further leads regarding the issue of potential collusion between the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui, and I'm concerned that something might happen at tomorrow's peace talks.
Okay, sure. We'll go ask around.
Yo, Haraya.
Watatsumi Island is finally at peace, and it's all thanks to Her Excellency, Sangonomiya. Recently, let me think. Well, the biggest thing for us is that we can finally get back out on the ocean to fish. During the hostilities, the open sea was full of warships. We just had to make do with what little fish and shrimp we could get our hands on closer to shore. When the catch wasn't good, we'd all go hungry. The poor kids were crying all day and night, but there was just nothing I could do. We'd go to bed ravenous and be tossing and turning all night long, trying to keep it together until the morning. At least things are finally improving now.
Yeah.
I hear you're captain of Swordfish too, is that right? Well, thank you for your service. Here, have a fish. It's freshly caught, so it's a bit, fishy. But it's fine.
Oh, no. We couldn't possibly.
Ah, come on, take it. Without you, we'd probably still be going to bed hungry tonight. Her Excellency always teaches us to repay kindness with gratitude.
Aw.
Okay, well, thanks. Come on, let's go talk to some others.
Oh, over here. Saba.
Hey there. Care for some fruit and vegetables? Nature's remedy when you overdo the barbecue. Are you referring to the thing about the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui? I've heard rumors, but nothing too detailed. It's funny you should say that the soldiers seem excitable, though. I've had the same feeling. See that guy over there? He's been acting strange these days. Always shouting and waving his spear around when he's got nothing to do. He scared the heck out of me a few times. It's a miracle the fighting has finally come to an end. Yeah, I really hope we don't go making any more trouble for ourselves. Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have much information. If you still have questions, you may as well go and talk to him.
Sounds promising. Let's go see what that guy's deal is.
Let's go. Suspicious soldier.
This guy smells of booze.
Huh? Wait, don't tell me. Captain of Swordfish 2, right? You actually came back. I thought you'd abandoned the platoon and made a run for it.
Nuh-uh. We would never run from a fight.
No.
Huh. Is that so? All anyone talks about these days is peace and stability. Do you remember what the most important thing is to the Resistance? You got that right. So I'm gonna put you to the test. Time to see if you truly are a bona fide Resistance warrior. I'll answer your questions, but only if you can beat me in a duel.
Ugh, this guy. Would it kill him to just have a normal conversation? What do you think? Are we gonna do this?
We'll see about that.
Wow, there's a certainly something. There we go.
You're a strong fighter. No wonder Her Excellency chose you. You really do have a warrior's will. Then maybe you can understand us. Captain, comrade, will you join us? We made it up. The story about the Tenryou Commission colluding with the Fatui, it didn't happen.
Wait, what?
But Kokomi's been worried sick. You're telling us you made the whole thing up? What the heck were you thinking? This could send you right back into war with the Tenryou Commission.
Yes, that's exactly what we're hoping to achieve.
Why?
Peace talks. Everyone's been drawn in by the idea. That's why the future of Watatsumi Island is at stake. What's to stop the Tenryou Commission from stabbing us in the back? And what's to stop the Raiden Shogun from issuing another Vision Hunt decree?
We already took care of her.
We are the Resistance. Everything hinges on our warrior's will. We can't trust the Tenryou Commission or the Raiden Shogun. But we can put faith in ourselves.
You need more trust issues.
His point does kinda make sense, but something about it doesn't feel right to Paimon. Yeah, everything you said just now was pure speculation, wasn't it? Are you seriously willing to make up a wild rumor and ruin the peace everyone's worked so hard for, all because of some imaginary situation that may not even happen?
Don't take that tone with me, acting like you're above all of this. What would you understand?
Dude, we've been through wars before. We've been warred with a Fatui before. And we also been fought a battle against a god, one of the 4 great
For
winds.
the sake of victory, we embodied the warrior's will to the fullest. You understand? We were all in. Now they're suddenly trying to tell us that none of it matters anymore? You'd have me just put down my weapon and start living like an ordinary person. But how can I? How can I when every time I close my eyes, I see the faces of the friends we lost in battle? Every time I see them there in my mind's eye, it reminds me that I can never forgive the Tenryo Commission and never forgive the Vision Hunt Decree. I guess you're not one of us. Well, whatever. Go ahead and tell Sangonomiya if you want, but you're too late to stop us now.
Too late? What do you mean? Darn. Doesn't seem like he's gonna answer that one. What are we gonna do? This is really serious. We need to give Kokomi the full story right away.
Kokomi!
Go!
Kokomi!
So, we found out a few things. The whole thing about the Tenryo Commission colluding with the Fatui is baloney. They made it all up. They wanted the peace talks to break down so that they could carry on fighting the war. And they said it's too late to try and stop them, no matter what we do.
I see. I'm fine. Don't worry.
No, I'm gonna worry.
This is my fault. If only I'd perceived what they were feeling earlier, it never would have come to this. I think I understand what Kozan means when he says it's too late. The talks don't begin until tomorrow. But both sides have already sent their guards to the location. They are responsible for making sure the area is safe and secure. I highly suspect that one of Kozan's pro-war co-conspirators will have infiltrated the guards with an intent to reignite hostilities tomorrow during the negotiations.
Well, that's no good. Do you want us to head over there now and switch out the guards?
That won't work. Firstly, the act of bringing a new team of guards to a neutral negotiation site will put both sides on high alert. It would almost certainly push the pro-war faction into taking action. They would attack the Tenryo Commission's guards, and we'd be in danger of war breaking out once again. Not to mention, we have no idea how many of Watatsumi Island's soldiers are involved in this plot. If we change the guard in haste, we face the issue of not knowing who to trust.
Sounds like a really tricky situation. So is there really nothing we can do about it?
Don't let it worry you. What's done is done. Now it falls to me to devise a counter plan. These soldiers crossed the line, but the blame is not theirs alone. Whatever happens, I will find a way to ensure they do not come to harm.
Kokomi, you're too kind. You are way too kind, Kokomi. They don't deserve. They don't deserve a leader like you.
Kokomi is too precious.
After what they're pulling, they really don't deserve you.
I'll tell you what those guys deserve, but I can't say it on stream. Who's got a fly buzzing in their mic?
I don't know. Is it me?
Oh. Or I gotta pull up the stream.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, so I have to wait till tomorrow.
Yay!
9:57. Those guards.
Yeah. I mean, I can kind of see where they're coming from.
I could get seeing their friend, not forgetting their friends' faces when what happened to them, but reigniting a war that could cause even more of those accidents.
Yeah.
That's not the right plan.
No. I mean, if you want to train people, yeah, that's a good way to get your fighting spirit out.
How do you feel? Here, take this.
Take what?
These are some directives I wrote last night. These negotiations are complex, to be sure. But I thought about it carefully and realized there are no more than 187
You thought that much, Okay, seriously, Kokomi. We ever experienced someone like this with Jean? Please, take a break.
And ka-ching.
Seriously, there 3 different places, 3 different people that experience the same issue.
And they're all 5 stars.
Jeez. One of them...
I'm
No, what
starting
were
to
you...
think there's gotta be one in every continent, or every area.
Just to overwork themselves to near exhaustion.
Ugh.
I took the liberty of writing them all down. This way, you will be able to adapt with speed, no matter how the events play out.
187.
Whoa, this is huge! Let's see. Fierce dispute, violent escalation, armed revolt, coordinated attack, seize hostages. Wow, there's so many! But you've thought of a solution to each one! Paimon suddenly feels a lot less nervous.
Glad to hear it. These peace talks are quite exceptional. It is a major step forward both for Watatsumi Island and the Shogunate. But any amount of dissatisfaction within our ranks weakens our negotiating position. We will have to work all the harder if we want these talks to be a success. As the Divine Priestess of Watatsumi Island, this responsibility is, of course, mine to shoulder. But would you be willing to lend
I'll be willing to lend a hand to anybody that wants peace.
Excellent. Okay, time to head off.
Even if the enemy wants peace, I'll find a way.
Yeah. Honestly, I worry about what would happen if the Traveler hadn't come to this world, you know?
First of all, I believe the Valen will probably destroy everything else.
Yeah. And the Fatui would have had their way with Liwa and Inazuma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Valen would have straight up destroyed Mondstadt.
And even worse, if the Traveler hadn't come here, Signora would still be alive.
Mm-hmm. Who knows what she would have done with to the other Archons.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta take pictures of animals, that's right.
Well, I believe they... Okay, honestly, I can't possibly believe Liyue would be okay. Because Zhongli probably would have stepped in, possibly.
Maybe? Also, did you do the little trick with all those electroplanes that you passed?
No, what trick?
Apparently if you activate them all, you can get a chest.
I'll remember that. Probably not, but you're probably gonna have to show me again. But yeah, Kokomi really... They don't deserve Kokomi.
No, they do not.
Even with what they're doing, she still is going to defend them, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that Kujo Sara? That is Kujo Sara. It's been a while since we've seen you. Last time we saw you... Last time we saw her, she was on the floor of the Shogun's room. Shogun's room.
It's been a while, Kujo-Sara. I believe the last time we met was on the battlefield.
Yes. Where you dealt my forces quite the devastating blow. But before we go
we're
any
seeing
further,
a lot more of Sara during the event.
I'm here to witness the peace talks.
He's here to bear witness to the proceedings. He experienced the war between us firsthand, and has made an enormous contribution towards securing the peace we have today. I couldn't think of a more suitable candidate.
Seems reasonable. Then let's get straight into it.
Tit for
The
tat
first
peace.
item is the maritime administration issue. During wartime, we restricted fishing rights for Watatsumi vessels in Narukami water. We intend to remove these restrictions. But going forward, Any of your vessels that fish in our waters will have to pay taxes in accordance with Narukami legislation in order to bring their catch back to Watatsumi.
That's fine, but if they're paying taxes, they should also be entitled to protection from the Tenryou Commission while in your waters. Any losses they sustain due to issues of public security will need to be compensated by the Tenryou Commission.
Accepted. Let's add that to the peace treaty. I can assure you that your vessels will be quite safe in our hands.
Negotiations seem to be going pretty smoothly.
The next item has to do with the movement of people and military authority. In the past, our people have been subjected to lengthy interrogations on arrival in Watatsumi. And the same has been true for your people on arrival to Narukami. Economic cooperation between our islands has suffered greatly as a consequence. Few merchants are now willing to engage in inter-island commerce. Since the war is now over, I propose that we have the Yashiro Commission appoint a business council to oversee trade between our two islands.
The problem there is that trade is a reciprocal affair. We'll need to involve merchants from both sides in this process if it is to succeed. We cannot give the Yashiro Commission full authority.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Watatsumi Island facing severe shortages of many essential goods at the moment? Having the Yashiro Commission organize everything centrally would work in your favor.
True, we're experiencing some shortages, but we will recover in due course. Between the diverse range of goods we can produce ourselves and our strong trade links with other areas, we are capable of sourcing everything we need. Not to mention that your proposal would require separate talks with the Kamisato clan. If they've yet to sanction it, I believe you are going beyond the remit of the Tenryou Commission's authority.
Let's leave that aside for now then. On to the military question. Watatsumi Island's forces will need to come back under the jurisdiction of the Tenryou Commission.
That just isn't feasible. Not in the short term, at least.
With all due respect, feasibility doesn't come into it. The Tenryou Commission alone has ultimate responsibility for Inazuma's national security. We cannot allow Watatsumi Island to be the sole exception to this rule indefinitely.
You Kujo scum! Colluding with the Fatui isn't low enough for you already. You just want to take everything away from us.
Oh, great.
Comrades, never trust the Kujo.
Cutscene.
Let's get them. Protect Madam Kujo.
Number 16. No, wait. 67? Or is it 73? Which one is it?
Well, that was surely something.
The last one. But hold on for the moment. Stand down, Tadakatsu. Situation has changed. Please stand by for further orders. Rest assured, I am fully aware of your concerns, but I will deal with the situation from here. Madam Kujo, this is rather serious. I believe you owe Watatsumi Island an explanation.
Excuse me for a moment. Nobody makes another move until I have finished investigating. You two, here, now!
Oh? Oh, she winked at us. Something's up.
Speak. Collusion with the Fatui? Is this true?
I wouldn't exactly call it collusion as such.
So you were talking about the
We were
Fatui.
approached by a few Fatui. They mentioned a potential cooperation to keep the war against Watatsumi Island going. At the time, I felt like we could give it a try. After all, there'd be nothing to lose.
But we were extremely careful. We didn't agree to anything. We just said they could maybe start by heading to Watatsumi Island and stirring things up a little. Then we'd see how it went. With respect, ma'am, there was no collusion. It was just a one-off conversation. How anyone from Watatsumi Island even found out about it, I have no idea.
That's enough. When we return, there will be consequences.
Uh-oh.
Might I remind you that this is the Fatui? Have you completely forgotten what they did to us? You should be having no interaction with them whatsoever, let alone entertaining offers of cooperation. So, what did they want out of it?
The Fatui's main forces have already left Inazuma. The few who approached us seemed like they wanted to settle a score for their boss.
Oh, her subordinates. So they're out for revenge. They want to keep Inazuma in a state of turmoil. One day, I will hunt them down. Every last one. We bear responsibility for this issue. My sincere apologies. I have my own negligence to blame for this state of affairs. Please, grant us another chance to continue the peace talks.
But of course, Madame Kujo. I have every confidence in your ability to resolve this situation.
Yeah.
For the time being, however, there is evidently some discord within the Tenryou Commission's ranks. I would therefore not feel comfortable releasing Watatsumi Island's forces into your command at this time.
It seems that I must acquiesce. I will lay this issue aside for now. But we shall revisit it as soon as the Tenryou Commission has resolved our internal issues. As for the trade issues we raised, I will discuss options with the Yashiro Commission and make sure both sides have ample participation in the final arrangement.
Seems like Kujo-Sara's on the defensive now. These negotiations should be smooth sailing from here on out.
Alright, there we go.
Never knew the grand strategist of Watatsumi Island was a skilled negotiator, as well as a formidable commander. I hope that when we meet again, we can continue these sit-down discussions. Settling our differences on the battlefield is rather taxing. I think we can leave things there for today. Once I get back, I will conduct a thorough investigation into the Tenryou Commission's internal issues.
I should inform you that we took out a Fatui camp recently. I suspect that before long, they will attempt to re-establish contact with your people in the hope of procuring some assistance. I recommend you say and do nothing on the matter for the time being, lest you tip them off and they disappear. Wait for them to come to you. That way, you can capture them all in one fell swoop.
I will bear this in mind. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again.
Your Excellency,
Let's discuss it after we get back.
Oh, Jesus. That's an angry tone from Kokomi. Ooh. I heard that tone.
Yeah, you never mess with Kokomi.
Oh, that was an angry tone I did not expect.
Yeah.
Ooh, boy.
Your Excellency, you knew?
I have already been informed on the reasons for your actions. You believe the Tenryou Commission to be untrustworthy and sought to sabotage the peace talks and reignite the war. Fortunately, the end result exposed and thwarted a secret Tenryou Commission plot. Yet, this was purely incidental, and the end certainly did not justify your means.
But Your Excellency, so many comrades have sacrificed themselves in the line of duty. If we stop now, aren't all of our efforts going to waste? I want to keep fighting. I want ultimate victory, even if it means I have to pay the ultimate price.
I understand your sentiments, but you cannot simply impose your will and expect others to bear the consequences. During the war, there were highs and there were lows, and in the end, there was a glorious victory. For you, perhaps the experience was one of great excitement, but you saw nothing of the countless others who will remember the war quite differently. Most people suffered terribly through each day. Watatsumi Island's people yearn for peace because they have long since given all they had to the war effort. They are tired of treading water and don't need you dragging them back underneath once again.
But...
I understand, I do. And the fault is not yours alone. It was largely an oversight on my part. I taught you to nurture a warrior's will, but never how to let it go.
It's not your fault, Your Excellency. It was ours. Our selfishness. Either way, we are ready to accept sentencing under martial law.
Very well. Then I hereby declare... that as of today, I am founding a new secret corps of the army. This division will be responsible for keeping Watatsumi Island safe and secure, neutralizing any and all threats to the peace of our island. You and your comrades will all be welcome to join, but be warned, the training will be grueling. Perseverance and grit will be in high demand.
Your Excellency, what are you saying?
I have concluded from today's peace talks that the Kujo clan cannot achieve absolute peace and stability in the near future. Many seek peace, but there are still those who pursue war. It is right that Watatsumi Island moves towards peace, but we must still retain a defensive capacity. Those whose warrior's will is alive and well, I invite you to embark on the most challenging training regimen of your lives. I don't want to hear from any of you again until all of you can take on 2 shogunate samurai at a time.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
All right, dismissed. Go and report to General Goro. And remember, there can be no more insubordination. And if there is, there will be no more leniency from me, whatever reasons you may have.
Yes, ma'am. From now on, we will focus on our training. Thank you for this opportunity, Your Excellency. We'll report to General Goro right away.
Is that a fan?
Sorry.
It's okay. Queen had one on earlier.
Yeah. To be fair, it is hot.
I think that's finally everything in hand. I can feel my energy levels starting to drop. Meet you back at the hideout for some rest?
I'm guessing this is the end, near the end of Kokomi's quest.
Yeah. Did you see the book, by the way?
The energy level book?
Yes.
Yeah. And then she got all defensive about it.
You saw nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for everything. With your help, peace has been restored on Watatsumi Island once more. Recovering. Slowly, but surely. I should be raring to go before too long. Today was a reminder that I don't cope well in situations with lots of people. I've improved, but I still get nervous when more than a handful of people are involved. I think I might get Goro to handle the negotiations next time. Do you think so? To be honest, I'm still a long way off what's expected of a divine priestess.
No, you're the perfect divine priestess from what we saw.
The war, restoring peace, and making sure everyone could live a happy life. But I realize now that wasn't going far enough. People have all kinds of aspirations, and just as many measures of happiness. I have a long way to go, but that's okay. If I can't make the journey in one giant leap, I'll just have to settle for taking it one small step at a time.
Yeah.
I'm short. I've still got some maturing to do.
Yeah, make sure to check out the hideout.
Could you stay here on Watatsumi Island? To keep me company for a while longer?
I could stay for as long as I can, but sooner or later we're gonna head to Sumeru.
God, how can you say no to the Kokomi's face? It's just so precious.
Okay, you said check her hideout.
Yeah, I don't remember if she's still there or not.
She's not here.
Oh. Yeah, you can sit in the chair and everything, too.
Well, that is everything, and now... Festive Elegance! Finally! By special invitation. I already have you! Complete the parting theme poem. Tana's gone. Do I have to invite him, or is there another one?
I believe there's no other one, but I think you might just get a free wish if you do this.
Legends of Kasan. What is this?
The Kasen. You'll get that after you complete the several quests that the event gives you.
Event details.
Yep.
Okay, so
the details are what you'll have to go to get all the rewards from different events.
Complete the Strange Tale Seeker Tipsy Picture quest. What the move? Okay. Review Nikushi. Return to the event. Oh boy, I can finally experience the whole thing.
Yep, it is amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I've got 7 or...
Oh yeah, and Kevin, I did reply to the thing.
Okay.
Not sure if you saw or not, but yeah.
I did. I've been trying to do other stuff too.
Yeah, understandable.
I got Harbinger of Dawn again. Yay.
Wanna come over for tea?
Make a total of 50 wishes.
Alright, event time. It's time for the event. Hey, Catherine.
Honestly, the event is amazing.
Hi, Catherine. We heard that you have a new commission for us.
That's correct. There's a requester who has submitted a designated commission for the two of you.
A designated commission? Sounds like it must be pretty important. What kind of task is it exactly?
There's no need to worry. This commission is not dangerous by any means. Perhaps you have heard that Inazuma will soon be holding a major festival. The magnificent Irodori Festival.
The Irodori Festival.
A festival! Oh, come to think of it, we haven't attended a festival in Inazuma for a while.
The Yashiro Commission and Lady Yae are responsible for all the festival preparations. The one who has requested your help is none other than Lady Yae herself.
Okay, okay, Miko.
She always has some unusual ideas in her head. You can bet a festival planned by her is gonna be one to remember. We better go to Grand Narukami Shrine and see what she needs us to do.
Lady Yae is currently at Yae Publishing House in Hanamizaka, so there is
What?
no need to go all the way to the shrine.
Oh, you'll see once you get through the event and can do the fighting thing.
Is it as fun as you? Is it fun?
And let's just say Sword Doggo appears.
Oh, the Strange Tale, the Sugar Tipsy. The Strange Tale of Sugar Tipsy Tincture, Festive Elegance.
Did you cheat that
Hey, can we get the Sword Doggo?
No. You fight him.
Hey, Miko! What's up?
Aratani and Kuroda, how are things coming along?
All the books and commission prints for Yae Publishing House were bound and sent out yesterday afternoon, Lady Yae.
Very good. And Murata?
We have already received word from Apekusu and Sailing Breeze that the materials are all in place for Shogun Almighty reborn as Raiden with unlimited power and Pretty Please Kitsune Guji.
Well done. And what about you, Onodera?
Onodera?
Ahem.
Oh dear.
Onodera?
Oh god, I forgot how much of a pain he is to fight.
Oh dear. Oh dear, you got close. You got close very fast.
Yes, Lady I. Everything is ready for the new issue release party.
You are the one who organized the plans for this release party. In other words, you are the team's fearless leader now. So please, show some confidence. Besides, there's no need to be nervous. This project is destined for success. I feel quite optimistic about it. I shall specially grant you leave for the next couple of days, Onodera. Please take the opportunity to have a good rest. After all, you will be very busy on the day of the release party.
Yes, Lady I. Thank you very much.
All right then. Is everyone clear about their assignments? Good. We are running out of time, so let's get moving. Chop chop.
Chop chop.
Hello, little ones. I take it you have received my commission,
Some organizer you are! It's nearly time for the festival and you're still over here ramping things up for your light novel business! Shouldn't you be getting back to the Grand Narukami Shrine? You weren't thinking of dumping all the festival preparations on us, were you?
Damn it, so hard to parry
then
as
you
a
can
jerks.
forget it! Paimon won't accept such a commission!
My, such harsh
Paimon!
It hurts to hear that kind of talk from you two. But as you can clearly see, I'm here working like a dog for the festival. Yet you say I'm not doing my job. Let me ask you, little ones. Whoever said that the festival must involve the Grand Narukami Shrine?
True.
Huh? But isn't that a given? This is Inazuma after all.
Yes, that is true. But now that the Sakoku decree has been lifted, Inazuma is no longer the same nation that once resisted change tooth and nail. Therefore, rather than sticking to the same old traditional festival, the Yashiro Commission and I have decided to shake things up a little. This time we'll be holding an international cultural festival, distinctly Inazuman, but with a unique twist.
International?
I suppose I should start by telling you the origins of the Iridori Festival. Legend has it that there were 5 poets in ancient Inazuma who were supremely gifted in singing and writing poetry. They are known as the 5 Kasen. Every year, one of the 5 would present a collection of the group's poems to the Shogun for review, which would then spark culture discussions regarding those works. Thanks to them, Inazuma's culture blossomed and gained great influence at that time. As time passed, people began creating various tales based on the 5 Kasen. The Iridori Festival was also developed as a result to show appreciation for their works, which so greatly enriched our lives.
Sounds like a festival that's really rooted in culture.
Indeed. To describe it in the words of the ancients, it'd be refined elegance. Unfortunately, with the flow of time, people have gradually forgotten about the 5 Kasen and the festival. Which is precisely why I've decided to revive the Iridori Festival by holding a cultural convention featuring light novels.
But wait a minute! Light novels?
Please stop looking at me with those baffled expressions. In ancient times, poetry was all the rage. But nowadays, the entertainment format of choice is light novels. The important thing is not the format, but the creative work itself. It is impossible to come up with anything fresh if you're stuck using some rigid format of the past. Speaking of which, don't you think that the concept of focusing on the now perfectly suits the current Inazuma? And besides, it's a great opportunity to reintroduce Inazuma to all Teyvat through light novels. As they say, it's 2 birds with 1 stone.
Whoa, that was close. Paimon was nearly carried away by Miko's persuasive tongue. Come on, Miko! You can't fool us. We know you by now. This is all definitely stemming from your own personal interests.
I can't
can't deny that my hobbies had no part to play in this. However, regardless of whether it's light novels or a festival, catching people's attention with a fresh concept is the essence here. Well, what do you say? Aren't you two even a little curious about what interesting things you might see at the festival?
Maybe a little. Oh, alright, Paimon's super curious now.
Come, let's pay a visit to the venue in Rito together. I promise that it will give you a whole new perspective on the festival. There we'll meet a special someone who will tell you more about your task.
Special someone. Well, we're just teleporting there right away?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they didn't give you time to prepare. Let's go and freshen up. We're not. Okay.
Oh.
We're not teleporting there right away. Okay. It just did a teleporting animation, basically. I guess it's because to get people back into the place.
Yeah.
Wonder who the special someone is.
Why did Goro run away?
Who is the special someone?
During the Iridori Festival, the area around the Outlander Affairs Agency will become the main exhibition space for light novels. Once things are in full swing, not only will there be lots of official and fan-created work on display, there will also be exclusive giveaways, prizes, and new release parties. This small plaza in front of the International Trade Association will be called the 5 Kasen Plaza during the festival, and nearby shops will be selling special light novel merchandise. You certainly won't want to miss out.
Wow. How should Paimon put this? It's definitely not your typical festival, but it sure looks like it'll be quite the party.
Yep.
Huh. Miko, what are these blank boards in the center of the plaza?
Yes, those are...
Ah, Lady I.
Hey, Ayato!
Reliable helpers coming to assist with the festivities. It appears she meant you two.
Hey, Ayato, how are you?
At last we meet again, Traveler and Paimon. Tell me, how are you faring recently?
Oh, it's Ayato! Wow, so even a busy guy like yourself is here to attend the Iridori Festival.
That kind of figures.
Preparing festivals falls under the Yashiro Commission's scope of responsibilities. Seeing as Lady Yae has poured her heart and soul into the preparations, I'm obliged to be equally dedicated.
Come now, Ayato. We're not strangers here. There's no need to sound so formal. We were just about to discuss the boards over here. They're related to our little helper's tasks, so I'll let you give them a detailed rundown.
Certainly. I assume you two already know that the Iridori Festival originated from the 5 Kasen. These 5 boards are here for painting their portraits. This Iridori Festival is not only the first major festival to be held in Inazuma since the lifting of the Sakoku Decree, it is also an event deeply rooted in culture and the arts. Therefore, the Yashiro Commission has personally invited several cultural celebrities from other nations.
Oh?
For example, the artist we have invited to paint these portraits hails from the distant land of Mondstadt.
An artist from Mondstadt.
I wonder who that could be.
I wonder.
My exact words.
Oh, who is a? I wonder who's the artist here.
The Yashiro Commission will arrange accommodations and food in Inazuma for each of the distinguished guests. However, we fear that staying in a foreign land may feel a little uncomfortable, which is precisely why it would be ideal to have someone familiar with both Inazuma and other nations of Teyvat to serve as a guide for our guests. I knew you would catch on. It is our hope that you would be able to guide the guests
so
from the
basically
harbor
tour
to their
guide.
residence at the International Trade Association, while providing any necessary assistance along the way. This arrival schedule includes the details of the ships on which the guests will be arriving. All you simply have to do is go to the docks at the indicated times.
2 days before the festival, the ship's guests, a large passenger ship Barge and Mondstadt, a guest painter, counts and his dependent.
Yep.
So wait, large passenger ship, barge from Mondstadt. A guest
yeah,
painter.
You'll never guess who the dependent is, by the way. Here's a hint, it's not Sucrose.
I know. I kind of figured. Second day of the festival, large passenger ship, calligraphers, painters from Leeway. I don't think we ever encountered painters during a trip. Theater Mechanicus players.
Which is a very fun thing to do in the event.
And a guest.
I loved it the first time.
And a guest writer.
Zhen Yu.
Estimated time around 10 a.m. Okay, and third
the
day.
guest writer is someone you know.
I wonder who.
Honestly, I already do know his name.
Large cargo ships, stubborn one person. Time 9 a.m. The following the release event. 2 persons, 10 a.m. So 8 a.m., 10 a.m., and 9 a.m.
I have to meet with my editors, so I must be going now. During the festival, most of the Yai Publishing House's editors will be staying near the Outlander Affairs Agency. If you run into any problems, you may find them there.
This festival requires the full cooperation of the Tri-Commission, and there are still many minor details which require my attention, so I must excuse myself for now. I'll leave the guests in your hands.
Yeah, raffle
All the
machine.
details we need about the ships are on the timetable that Ayato gave us. Let's take a closer look and be sure to pick up the passengers according to the times written on it.
So, okay, get to the docks first. Where are the docks? There are the docks.
Also, you can buy things from those vendors now.
Awesome.
You can buy a special drink.
Alright, now we just have to wait, following day. Does that mean I have to go...
You have to use your clock.
Yeah, okay. Tomorrow, let's go 5:58. I wonder who this painter from Mondstadt is.
Oh.
Well, you see, what had happened was...
Oh. Oh, here we go.
Oh, look who's decided to talk.
I'll be quiet. I've been sick all day.
Alright, so...
We're the festival guides, and we'll show you around.
Yes, that's right. We are bards from Mondstadt.
Bards!
Word has it that Inazuma has undergone many changes of late. We hope to find fresh inspiration here.
What are ya?
I'm streaming, by the way.
Okay.
I was He's pretty famous in Mondstadt. Do you think he didn't receive an invitation?
Even if Venti wasn't invited, I don't know if you would show up.
Huh? Why's that? Oh, Paimon sees what you're getting at. Even though Venti no longer rules over Mondstadt, he's still an Archon. If he came rushing to Inazuma at the first mention of a festival, not only would it seem selfish, it would also sort of be shameless of him too.
Who is this little character?
A little person.
I wonder who this person is that is wearing red all over.
A midget.
It's the red Bernie girl.
Good, Clee, how you been?
Were you also invited to the Iridori Festival? No, Albedo's the one who
Hey, Albedo!
But because everyone in the Knights of Favonius has been really busy these days, Albedo arranged for someone here to issue me a dependent pass.
Aww.
Greetings, Traveler in Paimon.
After hearing that Inazuma was making preparations for the Irodori Festival, I predicted that I might run into you here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew it! Albedo's the one they've invited to paint the 5 costumes!
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite obvious. He's the only painter we've met.
It seems that you already know.
I really think you'll like the story of Genshin.
Just so you're aware, I'll be using my pen name in Inazuma.
I'll try it out. We'll see
how it goes. Oh, wait, pen name Calx. Okay.
Yeah, it's like an alias.
Also,
by the
this
way,
is your warning. I might
do
start
you know where the
screaming like a
International
little
Trade
girl.
Association is?
Probably
I'll be
when you
meeting
see a
with the
slime.
editorial director of the Yai Publishing House there.
Yeah, the International Trade Association is where you'll be staying in Inazuma. We'll be heading there too.
Those things haunt my dreams and haunt
then.
my reality.
Yay, Clea and Albedo! Too good for Mondstadt. Go to the Trade Association.
I would have been just sitting on Remnant Stream. Just sitting there, and I was like, I wonder if they're in a party. I get on. Queen and Remnant are in. I joined.
Yeah, but you didn't speak at all, so...
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the Trade Association.
I'm surprised you guys weren't surprised that I was on.
I'm surprised Gene let you here, Clee. Now I'm surprised Gene let you come.
Probably only because Albedo said so. She trusts him.
I just thought about that, just like, wait a moment.
It's best not to question it. Kaya also probably had some
leeway into this.
Slow down, Clee.
Alright,
Please
time to
be
go
careful
back into
not to bump
Genshin.
into others.
I know Clee and Albedo have a friendship of sorts.
After me.
From what I saw online.
Oh, yeah. I'm still stuck in the level 20, so that makes me feel a
so
lot
many
better
stories
about
about Inazuma
this
during
game.
the trip was probably not the best idea.
That makes me feel like
You think, Albedo? Telling Clee so many stories about Inazuma during the trip was probably not the best idea. Yeah, don't say! Now she has a creative... You know how creative that girl's mind is.
As a result, she
Thanks to Kaya.
all the way here. It appears she's even more
cider
excited.
lady.
I'm glad Kaya's not here with her. Oh dear lord.
I'm honestly surprised he didn't try to come so he could try Inazuma's sake. Although he probably has Venti bring him some.
It seems that the editorial director, Mr. Hiroyama, isn't here yet. I'm certain he said that he'd be sure to arrive before me.
Yeah, the only reason why I got on
This might be a problem. Well, Mr.
Well, that's
Hiroyama was supposed to meet with me and give me some reference
Yeah,
materials
trust
about
me,
the
I
5
was
costume
cocky
today.
whenever
That
they
way,
got sick, but now
I
it's
could
my
better
turn, I
visualize the
guess.
content for my...
You mean you had no idea what you'd be
not
painting
the
before
best
you arrived in
experience.
Inazuma?
Clee, be careful! Don't blow anything up!
Karma's a bitch.
I only know of the 5 Kasen by name.
Get over here, you
Because of the
pigeons!
sheer
Why was that
age
one
of the
pigeon
tale,
wearing a top hat?
Very little has been passed down to this day. So Mr. Hiroyama decided to
Also,
help me
there's
collect
no
some more
guarantee she
information.
won't blow anything up. You know how Cree
I'm the
is.
type of painter who can complete a
why
painting
was
quickly
there
as
someone
long as I'm
wearing a top
inspired.
hat?
So I agreed on only receiving the details
Why
today.
can pigeons wear clothing?
According to the festival plans, the portraits will be revealed one at a time throughout the various stages of the Irodori Festival. The first one, depicting Suiko, will need to be done before the festival's official opening ceremony, which is the day after tomorrow.
I never seen him wearing a top hat.
Really? Because I just saw one and it looked
There's
like
no
he
need
was
to
wearing a
panic.
top hat.
When I was working on light novel illustrations, because the manuscripts are
please.
shipped by boat,
Statue of the
things were
Seven,
always
give
tight and
me
finished at
your
the last minute.
blessing.
Just last month, to ensure
So,
the
Bryson,
latest
make
book
sure you
of
pick
the
up all those
Legend of Sword
flowers
would be
that are around
finished
the
for the
statue.
Irodori Festival.
You'll need them.
I had to complete the final chapter's illustrations the same day I received the
The
manuscript.
flowers around the statue
I
of the
heard that
Seven.
my illustrations were sent to print as soon as they arrived in Inazuma. I still don't know how well they turned out.
Over here?
Paimon isn't sure if she should feel
Yeah, those windmill asters.
or compliment
Yeah,
you on your artistic genius.
I bet I. Oh yeah, but I still not letting me keep my picture.
Are they called mint? Oh,
Of course, I would still prefer to receive any possible reference materials in advance,
When the
so
wheel
that I can be better
asters.
prepared.
Do I need these?
That's what you need.
Right. The editors of the Yai Publishing House will all be around the
Though
Outlander
mint is good too.
Affairs Agency these next few days. Who knows?
Ice-T
Maybe Mr.
storks.
Hirayama's over there too. We'll take you over there to see if we can find him, Albedo.
And Glaze is bouncing up and down with excitement.
Alright,
it's worth a try.
Amber, I need
Clee,
you to shoot those
you
storks.
haven't slept for a while now.
Oh no.
Please stay at our residence in the International Trade Association and get some rest. We will be back soon.
Oh, don't worry, Albedo. I'll be on my best behavior.
I'm scared when you say that, Clee. Be on your best behavior. Yeah. Hi, Mom. You stay here with Clee. Make sure that she doesn't blow anything up. Dang it.
Yeah, it's making Clee feel a lot better about herself.
Hey, Clee goes fish blasting daily, even though she knows she'll get grounded for it.
Never mind.
This can't be happening. The moment we need to contact Onodera
Alright,
is
I
when
need
he's
to go
on
to the
special
1000
leave.
Wind Temple.
Kuroda and I will go back to Inazuma City for an emergency printing run. The demand for this book is so high, though. Even with the emergency prints, it still
What
might not be
happens
enough.
at the 1000
Despite
Wind
everything,
Temple?
we're still lucky that we found out today.
You'll
If this had happened
Should
a
I
few
be
days later,
scared
then
about
we'd
that?
really be in boiling water.
Should I start saving my
Hey,
game 18
do you think that
times
suspicious
before
guy they
going
found in the
in?
warehouse has
It
anything to
auto
do with
saves,
this?
don't worry.
Damn it.
The editorial director is on
It
his way
auto
over there
saves.
to investigate the situation as
about
we
that.
speak.
Sorry to interrupt, but what's going on here?
Oh, hey,
Some
traveler.
character wishes.
Don't
Fortunately,
worry.
I don't
It's
have anything
nothing,
that I
just
can
an
wish.
internal issue.
Yeah, you can.
I'm
Do
looking
the
for
Noel
editorial
one all the way
director,
on the left.
Mr. Hirayama.
First.
Does anyone know where he is now?
Mr. Hirayama
Noel.
is currently at
The
the
one with the
warehouse
maid
down by the
outfit.
harbor.
Oh, hold on a second, Murata.
Oh, yeah, that
Excuse
chick?
me.
I
But
already
you
have-
must be Calx.
Well,
the one who
yeah,
was
do
invited to
her
paint the five
wishes,
coffin
though.
for the
Yes, that's
Yeah,
me.
but I don't have anything
My name
to
is
cast a
Kuroda.
wish or
You
something
must be
like that.
inquiring about information regarding the five
Yeah,
coffin.
what you do,
Oh,
you-
hey,
I do
enemies.
apologize, but please
Hello,
make yourself comfortable at the
Bikini
International
Bottom.
Trade Association, and I will let Mr. Hirayama know to
burn,
send you the
burn,
materials
burn.
right away.
Need.
Burn.
He looks super busy, so we can go find him
Burn.
ourselves.
No, it's screw it. Tornado!
Well, about that.
Okay.
Excuse me.
That works.
Is
I
there
have to
something
make up
wrong
a
with the
story for
latest volume
Clee?
of The Legend of Sword?
Right.
Tornado.
How did you know?
Alright, where was I
Since
going?
you were all
again?
aware that
The
Mr.
wind
Hirayama
thing.
needed to send me some
Where am I
supporting
going?
materials,
Here?
that means the editorial director didn't
down
forget
or
about it.
It's over here
Instead, something
somewhere.
urgent must have cropped up.
Can't tell
To
if
add
it's
to
down,
that,
though.
despite being aware that I am Calx, you were still
Oh,
unwilling
I'm
to
here.
let me go to Mr. Hirayama
yeah,
directly.
that what?
After considering these factors,
Uh,
the only reason you would
What?
try to stall me is if something
What
happened
the
to A
hell
Legend of
is
Sword,
that in the center
which
there?
I did the
Oh,
illustrations
you want to
for.
dance? Let's
Well,
dance. Wait, why isn't this doing anything?
I'm very
burn it,
sorry.
hand!
The situation is just as you said, Calx.
keep your voice
I
down,
suppose
mister.
it doesn't hurt to tell you now. Earlier today, someone spotted a suspicious outlander sneaking around inside the Iridori Festival warehouse down by the docks. So they promptly alerted the Tenryo Commission. The Tenryo Commission was concerned about potential cargo theft, so they contacted everyone who was renting space in the warehouse. It was then that we realized that the latest copies of A Legend of Sword had suddenly gone missing.
What? The books are missing?
Shh, not so loud. Not only is this book an eagerly anticipated release in the last phase of the Iridori Festival, but the author, Jinyu, will be personally attending the release party as well.
Because of the dire situation, Mr. Hirayama immediately hurried to the warehouse to determine whether the theft was related to that suspicious outlander.
I see. It would be a great misfortune if A Legend of Sword would not be released on schedule. And quite a disappointment for Jinyu as well. If Mr. Hirayama has gone to the warehouse at the docks, then I'll go down to see if I can be of any help.
Jenny? Sounds like a name from Liyue. Albedo, what kind of person is the author of this book?
I have not met him personally, but the editor said that he is actually the second son of the Feiyun Commerce Guild family in Liyue.
Ah, Feiyun Commerce Guild, second son.
Oh, Do you know him?
We met on a couple of occasions.
That's a real twist! Paimon never would have guessed that Shincho would be publishing a light novel together with Albedo. But enough about that. Shincho would definitely be upset if he discovers his books are missing. Let's accompany Albedo to the warehouse too.
Okay, Jinkyu is gonna be here. Fame Commerce Guild. Wait, Venti! I saw that green! You are here! When did you get here?
Just now.
Oh, he's here now. Hi,
Bryson, you're still vomiting like the plague, dude?
Is that surprising?
I woke up in the middle of the night and vomited. That's basically it for today.
Like the plague, dude.
What the hell was that thing? Why does that thing look like an overgrown bastion?
What?
You might want to turn them down.
True. Is that better? But you were the suspicious Outlander? What? That day!
Now you see why I wanted to slap him, Rem.
I'm going to slap him upside the head!
As I have told you, you are a suspect. Before your allegations of theft and illegal entry as a stowaway are cleared, you are to remain silent.
Oh, so you didn't get an invitation. Okay.
Traveler, Paimon, do you know this self-proclaimed bard from Mondstadt?
You can say we're quite familiar.
Listen, Sarah. Knowing him, it's safe to say that he wasn't behind the theft. But what's this about being a stowaway?
Although he claims to be a special guest for the Iridori Festival, he's failed to present his invitation letter. Therefore, we can only suspect that he might have entered the country illegally. And just a moment ago, we caught him in a dandelion wine crate near the Sailing Breeze.
Of course it's a wine crate! Why wouldn't it? Can we ask him a few questions?
If it would help shed any light on the situation, then please, be my guest.
Don't worry, we'll slap him upside the head for you. Probably give him a beating, too.
Oh, Fenty! You didn't really come here illegally, did you?
Ouch! Your words wound me. We've been apart for so long, and the moment we meet again, all I'm greeted with is grilling questions and suspicious glares.
Fenty! That's...
You arrived in Inazuma via similar means, or so I heard. You of all people should be more understanding, don't you think?
At least we were expected here.
Similar means?
Let's not bring up the past now!
I merely jest. Fear not, for the person who sent me the invitation is none other than Kamisato Ayato of Yashiro Commission. It's unlikely that someone acquainted with the likes of him would ever be here illegally.
Yeah, let's not bring up the past.
Oh, I'm scared.
But why weren't you on the same ship as the other bard?
Well, once I received the invitation letter, I couldn't help but want
Hey,
to
Rem?
visit Inazuma a little early.
What?
It was then that I happened upon a cargo ship bound for Inazuma.
I'm terrified. Please help me.
So, naturally, I decided to set sail with them.
You know Klee's in Inazuma now, right?
What?
Who's the one person we don't want her meeting?
Oh, boy! You don't even need to say it. I know who you're talking about. Is she also involved with some boom?
Yes! And arrows!
Okay, good to know.
Once aboard, I found the
That's the first Legend of the Constant quest.
abundance of fine
liquor along the way.
So I recommend you do.
I must have fallen asleep in the cargo crate while carefully comparing the tastes of dandelion wine and Inazuma sake.
Oh my gosh, Venti. I want to like you, Venti, but you make it hard.
And when I woke up, I found myself in this warehouse with a Tenryou Commission General glaring at me from atop the grate.
Coming from Venti, this story is quite believable. But it still feels a bit...
Yeah, I have to agree with Paimon. Venti didn't steal anything. Drunk, yes. Stealing, no.
Drunk, yes.
Excuse me, I'm the owner of the stolen goods from the IA Publishing House, and there are some questions I would like to ask you. Based on what you just said, it seems you've been in the warehouse for some time now. If that's the case, did you happen to hear anything unusual?
Actually, I did hear some faint footsteps around me a couple of times, but I didn't consider the sound anything out of the ordinary.
Hmm? But if you clearly heard something, why didn't you feel it was unusual?
He was drunk.
Oh. I seem to understand now.
That's why I didn't think it was unusual, because he was drunk.
What did you notice, Albedo?
When it comes to burglars, they are generally associated with prying or rummaging through things. What Venti means is that he did not hear anything unusual like that. As for the sound of footsteps, because this is a warehouse where many goods are coming in and out each day, it is quite normal for people to be walking around.
I see. But if that's the case, then we're back to square one regarding the stolen books.
No, not quite. From the facts that have been presented to us, we can draw at least 3 conclusions now. First, whoever took the novels is not a spur-of-the-moment burglar. They had their sights on the books from the very beginning. Second, the culprit was very familiar with the warehouse, and might even have a key.
That's why you and me are not
And
happy.
third, I knew you'd catch on, Traveler. One person couldn't possibly transport so many heavy books in such a short window of time. It must have been a team effort. It goes without saying that Venti clearly does not match up with our culprits.
Sad to say, but he would never steal anything.
Oh,
Yes,
the
I
culprit
agree
is
with your
someone you
reasoning.
would not expect.
Mr. Hirayama, the Tenryou Commission will
I'll tell
continue
you
by
that.
investigating the warehouse staff. If you come across any further clues, please notify us immediately.
Yes, understood. I'll leave it to you then.
I suppose I'm free as a bird then.
I doubt that.
Not so fast. Even though we've cleared the theft allegations, we still haven't ascertained whether your arrival in Inazuma was legal or not.
So just get Red and Shogun to come get him. They probably know each other.
Aw, 'tis a shame.
Why is
I thought
Paimon
surely
getting
after my
so,
honest account you might let me off the hook.
Sarah's quite the meticulous one.
Oh, to be fair, how many people have pet turtles?
Yes, the invitation letter. I'm truly sorry.
You didn't get an invitation letter, did you?
He did. But he forgot where he put it.
You drunk bird!
Don't be mistaken.
That's the first time I've heard Rem yell there in this stream.
But I didn't bring any luggage with me, and the letter was too big to fit in my pocket. So I kept it in my hand the whole trip.
Someone needs to say that.
Too big to fit in your own pocket. Couldn't you just put it inside your shirt or something? At least you'll remember it's there.
Trust me, Bryson, this is on stream. We can look at this anytime we want.
Oh, yeah, and plus...
Venti!
Strange.
So, I can always
little too
go
much
back
to drink.
stream
I know that I kept it in a secure place. I even recall
Just put it on a soundboard. Yes!
Venti, Venti. I even recall being most pleased at coming up with a good idea at the time. Do you know how little that narrows it down?
Okay, Rem, can I say something real quick?
What?
I recommended that he should have put his letter somewhere, and it turns out it's actually where his letter was.
If you were holding the invitation in your hands the whole time...
I'm guessing you're not going to tell me then.
really compare the taste of Mondstadt wine and Inazuman sake.
You jerk, Venti, you are drunk! You drunk bard!
I couldn't both hold the invitation and a glass at the same time. But surely I wouldn't put it in just any random place. It could
In which case, I believe there's only one place it could be.
Anyone
Have you figured it out, Traveler?
You're way ahead of Paimon. Do you two already know where the invitation letter is?
I might have an idea.
In the middle of the party, when everyone's signed what you
In his hat?
Ah, yes! I remember now. I knew you'd help me find it.
Just hear him start screaming that everyone's gonna.
This is indeed an invitation letter issued by the Yashiro Commission. Now that we've confirmed this guest's identity, I have no further questions.
Just let him go on.
However, starting tonight, I would advise you to stay at the International Trade Association. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving now.
Let meet up with Ryan Shogun.
Alright, let's go talk to Mr. Hirayama about Albedo's reference materials.
Oh, look at the sleeping person. Well, that's
I'm gonna meet up with Ryan and Shogun. I'm pretty sure they have catching up to do.
Oh, that's too
Well, I guess they don't. Well, I guess they don't know who the other Archons are, though. I guess.
I'm surprised they haven't made Zhongli and Venti meet up in the game yet.
I beat up sleeping people.
And with their conversation, they have met up before.
How when I
Mr.
touch
Hirayama,
a little bit of...
I'm Calx. We had originally arranged to meet today.
Ah, yes, so you are, Calx. I'm very sorry that you've arrived in Inazuma only to find such a mess. These are the materials regarding the five Kassen. All the information that we could find is compiled here.
Oh, that's a lot. I'm not gonna remember all this.
What the hell?
A free sake lover, soulborn into ordinary family, something you go to.
Don't worry, you'll get to keep it.
Let's see here. Yes, it's just as I had suspected.
You'll get to keep it as an item for now.
Suiko and Aoi no Okina aren't the real names of the five Kassen. Though there were once many stories regarding each of the five Kassen, the validity of their contents can no longer be verified in present times. Alas, what a shame. But at the very least, we know that most of the stories were written according to a similar style. So there is still something we may glean from this.
I probably should use Klee during this mission.
So, is the info useful for your paintings, Albedo?
To some extent, yes. However, I must admit that it is still lacking and fails to fulfill the most crucial element.
I am sorry that this information is not as exhaustive as you had hoped. However, it is not possible to gather anything more at the moment. Though, Lady Ai
That's
did say
basically
there are
my
many
entire
variations
strategy.
of the story about
Yeah,
the five
you just
Kassen,
keep on
and
hitting them
everyone
with
has a different
multiple
story
attacks
in
from
their
different
heart.
characters,
So all
and
you
then
need to
they
do is
just
follow
go
through with what's in your own heart and create something that you yourself find interesting.
That does sound like something Nico would say.
Thank you, Mr. Hirayama. No need to worry. I'll find inspiration for the portraits.
Great. I'll leave it to you then, Calx.
Am I wrong, though?
And there's one more thing I need to ask of everyone. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Genyu, the author of A Legend of Sword, will be arriving in Inazuma by boat. If you see him, please do not mention the stolen novels for the time being.
Don't worry, we will bring up. So we got Jin Q coming as well.
Whether the stolen books are eventually recovered or not, the IA Publishing House
Why
will do
is
its
there
best
a
to ensure
giant
that the novel's release is a success.
I wonder if Zhong Li will come as well.
You have my gratitude.
I'm not telling anymore.
I'm not kidding.
Betty, wait!
Let's go.
Betty, don't go anywhere, I swear to God.
Oh, he's actually being helpful this time.
What are you doing over there? You don't want us to leave you behind, do you?
Traveler, Albedo, would you mind coming over here for a moment? There's something peculiar that I think you should see.
What is it? 5 constant summary. Okay. I'm keeping my eye on you, though, Venti.
Indeed. awakened to find myself in the warehouse this morning, I discovered this paper in the cargo crate where I was sleeping. I didn't think much of it then. I thought it was merely a scrap piece of paper that had fallen into the cargo. After a quick glance, I stuffed it into a place nearby. But on second thought,
It's coming near
I
me.
think it's worth having you take a look at what's written on it.
Oh, that thing seems.
I constant splendor is good. Mind on the splendor. Okay.
Let me see. Suiko chapter. Wait a minute. Isn't Suiko the name of one of the 5 Kasen?
The story told in this poem roughly boils down to Suiko getting
back
tipsy
here,
and
you
letting some
gigantic
poems that were
orphan
meant for the
bastard.
shogun get stolen.
Wow, how ironic. How ironic that this happened just exactly like this.
Ironic, yeah.
I can't think of the correct word for now. I'm using that one if it is.
Sus? Is that what you think?
Yeah, it basically is irony at this because it happened exactly.
This story sounds familiar to my ear.
I wonder where you've heard it! It's not like we just had it just a couple of minutes ago.
Seriously? It's literally the same
Remember,
story you
Venti
just
is a drunk.
experienced yesterday.
Oh, indeed it is. Interesting, isn't it?
Yes, I concur. The person who left this paper could quite possibly be the criminal, or even a witness to the theft. But why leave the paper here in such a fashion? And if the one who left it here was a witness, why didn't they attempt to stop the burglary?
Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Meeting together in Inazuma like this is a most rare occasion. Since we've been busy from the start of the day, let us find an inn with good drink to keep our thirst at bay.
Hey! You just sobered up and you're already thinking about more drinks?
Oh, Venti, I swear to God.
Still has a project to complete. We don't have time to be slacking off.
No, it's fine. Let's all go for a drink together. It'll be my treat.
Albedo, don't give in to his
Wait a minute. What about your portrait?
As I mentioned before, I'm the kind of artist who can work quickly once I'm inspired. And now, it seems I've found my source of inspiration.
Oh, that's Venti? Oh, boy.
If I use a model as reference for the piece,
using a tree as
we must pay him back with the appropriate recompense.
You're using Venti as inspiration? Oh, my God. Oh, what else could go wrong?
In that case, we'll need to order more dishes.
No, we're keeping it light.
One year, the poet Suiko made his way to Tenshukaku and presented the Kasen's work for the shogun's perusal. But a page from the works of Aoi no Okina had been torn out, and Suiko was questioned regarding the matter. Suiko pleaded guilty. He admitted to drinking at the tavern the night before, and vaguely recalled a mysterious figure approaching when he was intoxicated.
Huh.
Wow, you really came through, Albedo. You were able to complete the first portrait before the opening ceremony.
You bitch.
Huh. Yeah, seems like Clea.
Yes, it really is a sight to behold. Not only does it harken to the traditional style of Inazuma, but it also makes use of modern aesthetics. My figure is particularly striking. Even though I'm sound asleep in the portrait, I still appear as glorious as always.
Oh, boy.
Don't get too full of yourself, Tone Deaf Bard. You were just a model. The person in the artwork isn't actually you. Well, Albedo, who will be your next portrait?
The next one will be Aoi no Okina of the 5 Kasen.
Aoi no Okina.
Albedo, might I suggest waiting a little before starting on the next one? Who knows? You might soon discover another story.
Another story?
I believe he's referring to the possibility of finding another paper with tales of the 5 Kassen. According to the reference materials I was given, we've only found the first of a total of 4 chapters.
Do you think the mysterious person who left the first paper will strike again?
It certainly is a possibility. Also, there are some points regarding the stories of the 5 Kassen that have left me rather curious. For example, the reference materials make mention of 5 legendary figures.
Oh, trust me, there
all
are
the
a lot.
popular stories only consist of
It's
4
called a
parts.
gotcha game for a reason.
It appears that throughout all the stories, there's never a chapter dedicated to Kuronushi.
Yes, I'm also curious about these stories myself. But who knows? They may merely be akin
It's a
to the old
gotcha,
saying
as
in
in,
Mondstadt.
we got your money.
Seeds of stories brought by the wind and cultivated by
He
time.
ain't wrong.
So for now, we need but just wait
He ain't
patiently.
wrong, and that's the sad part.
Oh boy. Oh, Magnificent Iridori Festival has started.
Yeah.
Oh, so these are all the pictures.
Yeah, and you'll unlock more as you do each quest. And now you can do the first of the Legend of the Kassen thing with Klee.
The Mondstadt Bard Lennon is discussing poetry quite passionately. So, go...
Yeah. You can do that for, gems. All you have to do is go around taking pictures of certain things.
You just have to go around taking pictures of certain things.
I'll do those off stream.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so many things. Blue flowers up behind.
Wait, the blue flowers left behind. That's the second. That's what'll get the second picture.
Alright. Iodori's Poetry Part 1. Okay, so that's what the picture is. Alright. Let's go to meet the next person.
Let's go beat up the next person.
Which I have a feeling, if it is correct, it is Jinkyu. The first person I completed of a constellation.
Yep.
Alright, so the following day. So I had to wait a full day. Okay. Around what time? 10, okay. Just making sure. $7.50. So I'm guessing, yeah. Alright. Oh yeah, let's see the Legends of the Kassen. Quest completed, and now blue flowers. Abeo's waiting for you at the 5 Kassen place, considering Klee. Oh, I could get that quest.
I fell.
Alright, so Abeo's waiting for you. So that's, I could do these off. I'll just do like the paintings parts on stream.
Yeah, because that's the big part of the event. Although I do recommend you do the Klee one on stream, because it's freaking adorable. It's not like she's just adorable.
The Story for You Festival Deeds Part 1.
Yeah, the one where you have to help out Beta with Klee.
Ah, boy.
And you learn a bit about Klee's mother, Alice, since you didn't get to do the thing.
Event.
The passenger ship from
Yeah.
Malaya that we're supposed to meet should be arriving soon. Let's go to the docks.
Let's get to the docks.
You know that Shincho will be on board, right? So we should be careful not to say anything about the stolen novels.
I have a feeling he would somehow know. Alright, who is arriving from Leeway? We got Jin Q.
Hi there! You must be visiting from
My
Leeway
heart
to
can't
participate
handle
in
the
Iridori Festival.
adorableness.
We'll be your guides, and we'll take you
Kevin's
out to
gonna
the island.
overload.
Huh? Is it Paimon, or have we met somewhere before?
Oh, it's you! Oh, hey!
Yes, in fact we have. I'm Shu from Feiyun Commerce Guild. Aboard this ship we have calligraphers, painters, and even players of Theater Mechanicus. The inventor of Theater Mechanicus previously came to the Feiyun Commerce Guild seeking investment. Although the guild manager was not interested, the master still wanted to support them. We heard that they'd be demonstrating the game and letting people try Theater Mechanicus at the Iridori Festival. So the guild manager instructed Master and I to take the opportunity to come to Inazuma and investigate the product's potential.
Oh, that's the Theater Mechanicus thing. I still need to do that.
Ah, well, Master, he's,
Hey, Jin Q!
Sincho's just sitting there, sound asleep.
Did he get seasick?
What?
He got seasick, didn't he?
Oh. It's the traveler in Paimon.
You'll figure it out
I presume you're
as you
guests
progress.
in Inazuma as well? It seems fate has destined our paths to cross once again.
Oh, we aren't actually guests. We're actually guides for the Iridori Festival.
You a little down.
Please, no need to worry. I was a little too caught up in a novel on the voyage here.
Of course.
When I finally realized what time it was, the first rays of dawn were already peeking over the horizon.
You got caught up in a book, of frickin' course. I should have guessed knowing you.
Yes, now that we've arrived, the Conjo Commission will likely wish to inspect our invitation letter. Let's keep it in hand, shall we? Huh? That's odd. There was a piece of paper underneath my bag. Strange. I don't recall seeing it there before.
A piece of paper.
Let Paimon have a look.
My favorite.
Ah, you know you call me Aquina. Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. It's from the same series as the story we found before. Even the handwriting looks exactly the same.
The story you found before?
Oh yeah, in the warehouse down by the
That were my
column hunt competition. Yeah, that's it. A friend of ours is on Rito to paint portraits of the 5 Kasen. You know, as part of the Iridori Festival. Poetic stories
look
about
at
the
the
5
traveler's
Kasen
face,
have been hidden in various places
When
nearby.
Paimon almost messed up.
If you can find one of the stories and give it to this friend of ours, then
How do I get up there, damn it?
Climb!
So you mean that...
Ah, you sick of Paimon's attitude, Rim?
There's a chance of meeting Calx in person?
Ah, Calx in person. My gosh, we're gonna have our friends meet together.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that.
Really? That's wonderful! I knew that Calx would attend the Irodori Festival, but convincing my father to let me come to Inazuma was proving to be quite the high hurdle. I had to really rack my mind to come up with the excuse of evaluating the investment value of Theater Mechanicus. Just a few days later, word then came that Calx would be busy painting portraits of the 5 Kasen during the festival. It is a most rare opportunity for both Calx and I to be in Inazuma together, but it seemed he would be too busy with the portraits to meet with me. So, I felt quite disappointed for some time now.
Don't worry, Shinjo. Even though Calx has work to do, he still has time to see friends. We can take you to see him right now. Also, we heard that Calx did illustrations for your A Legend of Sword novel.
Ah, so you've already heard. To be honest, my works have drawn little interest in Liyue. However, the novels are selling quite well in Inazuma with the help of Calx's beautiful illustrations. Calx is not only a skilled artist, but he also carries out his craft with great alacrity. I heard that it took him merely a few hours to finish the illustrations for the latest chapter. But when I looked at the art, the brushwork did not even look the slightest bit rushed. His work is truly exquisite.
He said he works very fast when given inspiration, so...
Oh my, I was beginning to get carried away there. Let us depart. Quickly now.
Luckily, the idea of meeting Albedo managed to draw Xingqiu's attention and keep the situation under wraps. Let's just hope we don't let anything slip while meeting Albedo.
I'm not shush. What the blue flowers left behind. Meet Albedo at the 5 Cosm Plaza. Part of me thinks I should be myself for this event, but eh.
Yeah, it'll make you become yourself anyway when you do stuff.
That makes sense. I'll just stay with my characters. Albedo!
Traveler, Paimon, how are you? And who is this accompanying you?
You must be Calx. It's a great pleasure to finally meet you. I am the author of A Legend of Sword, forgive me. It's rude of me to introduce myself by my pen name when meeting in person. Please, call me Xingqiu.
And you may call me Albedo, then.
No, that would be most improper.
Why not? Seeing as we're both friends of the Traveler, it'd be more convenient for us to use our real names.
Yeah.
Besides, we've already corresponded with each other many times before. In fact, I feel a bit self-conscious seeing you act so politely.
It's not just you, Albedo. We haven't seen Xingqiu act this awkward before either.
Yeah.
You guys, it's certainly not good taste for you two to be teasing me like that.
Hey, we tease any of our friends when we get the chance.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see him very often, so we get the chance.
Oh, by the way, we happened to find a story from the poem hunt competition at the docks. I heard that you are collecting them.
Poem hunt?
You know, that thing where we have to find pieces of paper with stories of the 5 Kasen? Venti found one, and then he was allowed to be a model for one of your portraits.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah, remember? Remember that totally made up competition?
Oh, I understand the story now. Thank you. It's very helpful.
Splendid. Though, I'm still piecing together the story myself. Would you kindly explain it to me in more detail?
If all of you are free, why don't we discuss this over a meal?
Oh, well, about that.
Do you have other plans, Xingqiu?
No, not at all. Speaking of dining, Shimura's unagi chasuke is quite delicious. Would you like to go there?
Sure, Eddie.
Unfortunately, today is a bit windy. How about Uyu Restaurant instead?
That's perfectly fine with me. But I must first unpack my luggage. Let's meet later at Uyu Restaurant.
Something didn't quite add up just now.
Huh? No way! Paimon thinks we had conferred together. Did we say something we weren't supposed to?
No, Paimon, I'm not referring to us. Traveler, what are your thoughts?
Huh?
Yeah.
Xingqiu's suspicious. Hey, what are you two talking about?
I had a feeling too.
Paimon, you read the poem, right? Although it may seem confusing to Xingqiu on its own, what if we read it together with the previous poem we found?
Read them together? Let's see. Suiko lost Aoi no Okina's poem in a drunken stupor. So, Aoi no Okina recovered the poem and gave it to some mysterious person. Huh? Wait a minute. Could today's story be hinting that the one who stole the latest copies of A Legend of Sword is Xingqiu himself? No way! That can't be right! Xingqiu only arrived in Inazuma this morning!
I don't think he's the one who did
That
it.
is precisely the point of suspicion. If Xingqiu had only just arrived in Inazuma, how could he recommend Shimura's chasuke?
That's fair. How would he know what the How would he know the restaurants around here?
Mm-hmm.
I just realized that.
Albedo's a smart cookie.
Man, I'm an idiot.
To be fair, I didn't realize it either. So,
Moreover,
you're not the
he
only
didn't raise
idiot
any
here.
questions when I suggested another place because of the windy weather. This means he knows that Shimura's is an open-air restaurant.
Okay, that's okay. Albedo, stop making me look like a stupid person.
Well, remember what albedo is, dude.
I know, he's a biological thing.
He's a homunculus.
Whatever that is. Just stop making me look stupid.
It's in his nature.
Shinjo has already been in Inazuma for some time, and that he's only pretending he just arrived?
Yes, that is indeed my conclusion.
But how could Shinjo be the book thief? His mission is to fight for justice, isn't it?
Oh, two more and I can make a 10 wish.
Against his own ideals.
Calm down, Paimon. Even though this is the first time I've met Shinjo in person, we've communicated via letters for some time now. I do have some understanding of his character. I think there must be some deeper motive at play here. The story also tells us that Aoi no Okina flees with a poem because of a threat.
Oh? Could Shinjo be in danger?
It's difficult to say at this point. But given that Uyu restaurant is indoors, it'll be easy for us to detect anyone following or eavesdropping on us. I think it should be safe for us to talk there. I'll be relying on your assistance to get to the bottom of this matter.
Got it.
Then let's head to Uyu restaurant.
Uyu. How far is Uyu restaurant? Oh, in Inazuma City. Okay.
Yeah, you'll be going in and out of a lot of it.
I'm guessing we're just staying on the first island, if I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. That's all I needed to know. So Jinkyu stole his own book, from the sound of it. But why, though?
Find out.
It's Cleet threatening him with bombs! I knew it!
I don't see anyone suspicious around. It seems clear for the moment. Let's go inside and wait for Shinjo.
Oh, this.
This whole thing's starting to make Paimon a little nervous. What do we do? And what do we talk about when Shinjo gets here?
First, we must ascertain whether Shinjo was already in Inazuma or not. If we can find evidence of him deceiving us, then we can use it as leverage to persuade him to tell us the truth. Since we're still waiting for him, why don't you go and chat with other guests in the restaurant and see if you can learn anything useful?
So do we always enter this place, or no?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, the only time we get to go in, let's go! I'm going to do as much of the event as I can on stream. I'll probably do most of the event off.
Yeah.
Yuta!
The last phase of the Irodori Festival is when they release the all-new publications. The one I'm really looking forward to is A Legend of Sword.
That's right. A signed first edition is going to become quite the collectible. I've got to get my hands on a copy.
I've seen Genyu's signature before. His handwriting is super neat. He must be really diligent about his style.
He'll be there in person on the day of the release, so we'll get a good look at him then. I hear that he's actually pretty young.
Wait a minute. Did you just hear that? Not only will Shinjo be signing novels at the release, but his handwriting is super neat.
Super neat. Orkoze Rikuto.
Hello there. What can I get for you?
Hi. Do you have any special recommendations today?
Why, of course. I personally recommend our freshly caught seafood. It's been pouring these past few days, so the fishing boats haven't been able to sail at all. but the weather finally cleared up today, so we have some fresh catch.
So the weather at sea has been bad these past few days?
It sure has. A few guests from Liyue were just telling me that their boat was heaving and rolling all the way here. They couldn't do anything but sleep the entire trip.
Oh, this might be some useful information. Albedo, what should we talk about when Shincho gets here? Any ideas?
I will try to break the ice by talking about our work on novels and illustrations. If he really is hiding something, then he might feel even more nervous than we do. If we start by talking about our work creating novels, perhaps he will lower his guard.
Oh, come to think of it, Shincho mentioned that he'd like to thank you for finishing the illustrations on time. He said they looked amazing despite the time you had.
Is that so? That is also a very valuable clue.
Hey, GQ!
That was delicious. Inazuman cuisine largely consists of fresh seafood, which is certainly to my liking.
That's good. We were worried you might not have an appetite because you didn't sleep well. How's our chance? Let's talk to Shincho and see if he says anything useful. Maybe we could start by asking him about the journey. By the way, Shincho, what book were you reading on the way here?
Oh, I was reading a novel called Pretty Please Kitsune Guji. It was sent to me by my editor.
Didn't you feel dizzy while reading on the ship?
Oh yeah, wouldn't you get nauseous while reading while in a moving vehicle?
Yeah, I've heard that.
I know that happened, didn't you?
It was nothing I couldn't handle. Don't forget, I'm proficient in the arts of the Guhua clan. That being said, there were quite a few people aboard who felt seasick.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious about what he said so far.
Okay, thoughts regarding this?
I've never embarked on such a long journey before. Though I was quite excited when we set off, the long days at sea quickly became most monotonous.
Speaking of the journey, did anything noteworthy happen along the way?
Well, to be honest, I spent most of the trip with my nose in a novel.
Well, that didn't tell us much.
So the scenery is what's going to happen.
To be honest, there wasn't much to see. Just water all around, morning to night. The sheer monotony of the trip caused everyone to grow a little impatient. So, when the peak of Mount Yogo finally appeared in the distance as we approached the islands of Inazuma, everyone crowded the deck to have a look. However, the ship sailed along at a crawling pace. It took a whole day from the time we saw the mountain peak to the time we docked.
Paimon didn't catch anything suspicious so far. Oh, right! If it took an entire day to reach the docks, then it would have been pouring rain at the time they saw the top of the mountain.
We learned a couple of things from his account, but we still require more evidence. Let's discuss creating novels with Shincho.
While it is entertaining to read novels, writing one is an endeavor of its own. You must give great thought to every detail, from the layout of the plot to the rhythm of the lines.
Alright.
And even when you have come up with interesting content, there's still no guarantee that it will be to your liking.
I couldn't agree more. Whether it's writing a book, creating art, or studying alchemy, seldom can you really feel joy after seriously delving into the work.
Shincho and Albedo are getting into some deep topics now, but nothing suspicious has come up.
Speaking of illustrations, Albedo, I've long wished to express my sincerest gratitude for providing the illustrations in my novel. My novel didn't sell well in Liyue, so I must admit that I had some reservations regarding its potential. Yet you've consistently managed to select the most important scene of the chapter for your illustrations. This made me feel as though what I was trying to express could be understood after all.
Thank you. However, I took some risks in the illustrations, so I'm feeling slightly uneasy myself.
Hey,
Light-level illustrations are typically centered around the
I'm
characters.
still streaming.
But this time,
Yeah.
I figured as much.
I adopted a
He's gonna try to do as much of the event today as he
the
can.
last chapter.
Which I can't really blame him. It's
that
really
scene was
fun.
intended to depict the change in the world, so I thought it very fitting to draw only scenery.
Draw fittings on scenery.
Doesn't sound like anything suspicious has come up so
I just don't
far.
want to get spoiled on what's gonna happen because I know I'm gonna have to catch up at some point.
Well,
you
I
can't
don't,
really get spoiled because you won't be able to do this event.
because you have to get to Inazuma and
And I don't think they've repeated any events in Genshin.
it's 10 days, so I don't think you'll get to Inazuma in 10 days unless you really grind. Which, knowing
And have to do
you,
all those story quests.
you won't have the time.
Yeah. So it takes you a while to get to that adventure rank.
Yeah.
Even if you grind.
There was a crack in his alibi. My illustrations were sent for printing the moment they arrived in Inazuma. So, logically speaking, there's no way he could possibly know what the illustrations look like.
Oh!
Xingqiu, we have something very important to ask you now.
Oh? Why the solemn looks all of a sudden? Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Mr. Okazaki told us earlier that actually the weather at sea was very bad these last few days. So when you said that everyone came running to the deck to see Mount Yogo, that couldn't have happened!
On top of that, the latest installment of A Legend of Sword will only be revealed at the Irodori Festival. Even we, the creators, haven't received a sample copy. If that's the case, how could you know what my illustrations look like?
Well...
The jig's up, Xingqiu. You were already in Inazuma before today, weren't you? Are you in some kind of danger but can't tell us the truth? Don't worry. The Traveler and Albedo are no pushovers. We can help you.
Let us help.
No, please. You misunderstand me. I suppose my lack of sleep is inevitably taking its toll on my mind.
Yeah, I'm talking about
the
event.
That you were testing me at all.
Okay.
And wanting to slap a certain bard.
I did in fact come to Inazuma early to handle some things. Let me consider how to explain this. Oh, this is most embarrassing.
Oh, well,
Hey, Venti,
what? Coincidence. I didn't expect to see everyone here.
Venti, what are you doing here?
Tone Deaf Bard, what are you doing here?
I won't spoil anything about any characters from Mondstadt or Leeway for you. I'm not gonna say anything about the characters.
Okay.
But yeah, just be aware, I'm gonna just be accusing Venti a lot.
Yeah. Because there is one thing you'll know about him quite easily. He's a drunk.
I didn't want to miss the opportunity to taste them.
Like here! Perfect timing! Fine aged wines, of course! Venti!
Paimon knew you couldn't possibly be up to anything good.
Says who? In fact, I come as the bearer of good tidings.
Sure you do.
I just bumped into Kujo Sara a moment ago. She said that the Tenryou Commission has apprehended the criminal who stole all those copies of A Legend of Sword. You needn't worry about it any longer.
Huh? The criminal who stole A Legend of Sword?
Did I say something I shouldn't have?
Venti! You Tone Deaf Bard!
Oh no. The person they apprehended.
I'm just hearing that. What the hell?
That's Venti's nickname that Paimon gave him.
Tone deaf?
Tone deaf
You'll
Bard.
learn later on.
Everyone, it's too late to explain. We must make haste and rescue Onodera.
A rescue on a deck. What is going on, Xingqiu?
What's up?
This event.
Yeah.
I heard Jinku for some reason.
Xingqi is his name technically.
Xingqiu. I call him Xingqiu because that's how I know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, some of the Liyue names can be hard to pronounce. Like Xinyan, spelled with X's.
There's two that almost sound similar. Zhongli and Zhongling.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only name I can really pronounce is Zhao, because I know that because of Yang Zhaolong.
Okay.
That's the only person I know how to say the name correctly. Oh, hey, Sarah.
Please, wait. Onodera is innocent.
Oh, so you must be the author of A Legend of Sword. I didn't expect to see others tagging along with you.
We're friends.
Anyway, you mustn't take him away. I can explain everything.
No need to worry, Zhenyu. I've just explained everything to Madame Kujo, and Kuroda has testified for me.
Yes. In fact, we were just getting ready to leave.
Oh, phew. What a relief. Wait a minute. Does everyone else here already know?
Well, to be precise, we had dispatched 2 additional squads here, in order to prevent the suspect from escaping.
Shinjo looks pretty flustered. What exactly is going on here?
Though it's most embarrassing, it appears quite a few people are aware of the situation now. There's no use keeping it a secret. In the end, I'm the one responsible for this whole predicament.
No, Zhenyu. It's only appropriate that I take responsibility for this. Everyone, please let me explain. For the Irodori Festival, I recommended the idea of selling newly released novels signed by the authors. Not only was this the first major project I was in charge of since joining the Yae publishing house, but Lady Yae also gave me a lot of support. However, I did not discuss our plans with the authors in advance. As a result, it caused a great deal of trouble for Zhenyu.
HP. What the fuck?
So wait. So the reason the books are stolen is just to get them signed.
Cause she can't do anything.
Yes, to be frank, calligraphy is not my strong point. So signing events are really not my forte.
Even though such an event will be difficult for Zhenyu, after telling him how important the plans were to me, he immediately boarded a ship to Inazuma to come up with a solution. So these past few days, Zhenyu has been actively practicing his handwriting. However, it takes time to sign each book, and we realized the time we reserved for the signing was not nearly enough. So I came up with the idea of moving the new books from the warehouse to my place. That way, Zhenyu could use these few days to sign them all. I thought everything would work out without a hitch. I never expected that someone would immediately realize that the books were missing from the warehouse. To make things worse, I was on vacation and staying with Zhenyu in my house these past few days. I had no idea that the situation had turned into such a huge mess. All of this happened because I wanted to prove myself through this event.
Onodera, I agreed to your proposal because I didn't want the readers to know of my unsightly handwriting. Also, I knew that Onodera had been misled by one of my prior signatures. At a previous event, the Yae publishing house had requested autographs of authors so that they could be put on display. I practiced tirelessly for an entire day to finally deliver a stylish and elegant signature for the event. But looking back on it now, I had dug myself into a hole by delivering that nice signature for the sake of my pride.
Hey, come on, you two. Loosen up a little. The theft was nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. Besides, everyone has something they do not wish others to see.
Yeah, that's right. All that matters is that Shinjo and his books are okay.
Onodera, I think you should explain the truth regarding the stolen books to the rest of the people on Rito.
Yes, I understand. I'll apologize to everyone.
We should probably be heading back to Rito as well. Let's tag along.
Let's go. Let's go. Outlander's Affair Agency.
Yep.
Oh, the moon and stars inscribed. The mountain bar. Oh, okay. The thing just appeared on the map. I didn't see it at first.
Onodera, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on leave these few days?
I'm very sorry for all the trouble that I've caused.
Yes, Onodera, but why didn't you tell
I'm
everyone
beat.
earlier?
Sort of.
If you had told us, we could have thought of some ways to help.
That's right.
I'm
We're a
basically just
team,
me
and
and
you should be helping each other in tough situations like this.
Let's leave the past behind us now. Our first priority is to help Genyu with his signatures. How is your progress so far?
My progress is not what I had hoped for. Even after working through the night these past few days, I've only finished perhaps 1/10 of the signatures.
Oh, no wonder Shincho looked so sleepy today.
Ah, so he wasn't reading the books.
I understand. Murata, go back to the IA Publishing House and get Aratani to book a room on the second floor of the Uyu restaurant. We'll be using it for Genyu's emergency calligraphy lessons.
Yes, Mr. Hirayama. It just so happens that my brother is a calligrapher. Should I ask him to lend his assistance as well?
Yes, good idea. Ah, you've just reminded me. 2 calligraphers from Liyue arrived today. We worked with them before, so I'll go and ask them to help out too.
It seems I'm really in for it now.
No need to worry, Genyu. I'm sure you can do it. Didn't you finish the last chapter of your novel in just 1 week's time?
Yes, but writing novels and learning calligraphy are 2 entirely different skills.
Even though Shincho still has to deal with his handwriting issue, Paimon somehow feels a little relieved now.
I always used to prefer working alone in my workshop, but I've come to realize that solving problems with others also has its merits.
Mm-hmm. A different array of visions we have here. Well, I guess not a vision for visions. So we have an Animo, Geo, Hydro, and a Pyro here on Inazuma. Klee is off somewhere. Probably trying to go fish blasting in Inazuma.
We also owe a special ode of gratitude to the mysterious person who has been leaving important info for us along the way.
Huh? You mean whoever left behind those stories about the 5 Kasen?
Pardon me, but what are you talking about?
Oh, right. We haven't had a chance to explain things to Shincho yet.
I see. It appears that Onodera and I were spotted when we were moving the books. Albedo, may I ask you one thing? Are you able to include me in a portrait as well? Not only do I owe the successful resolution of today's incident to that story, but I also hope that I'll remember this lesson.
No problem. Considering the similarities between the portrait and the events that have taken place, your proposal is very reasonable.
Alright. Cutscene.
That figure was none other than Aoi no Okina himself. This turn of events had begun with an unnamed individual, under whose coercion, Aoi no Okina was forced to take drastic measures to retrieve a page of poetry. He knew nothing of this individual's true intentions. All he knew was that the poem had to do with an old acquaintance, Akahito.
Albedo really is something. He finished the portrait of Aoi no Okina in no time at all.
Pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder how Shincho's calligraphy training is going at Uyu Restaurant. Hey, do you think whoever left those stories for us could be hiding somewhere nearby? Oh, hello? Mr. Storywriter? Are you here? Could you please help Shincho with something? He's a friend of ours and the release of his new book is super important to him.
Paimon, I don't think anyone's listening.
What's that sound?
It sounded like a cat. And it was a cat.
It was just a cat. Looks like we can't make them reveal themselves that easily. It's getting late now. Well, let's go back and get some rest. We still have to go to the docks and wait for another ship tomorrow morning.
Who do those pants belong to? I feel like I've seen those before. Why do I feel like
you know.
Why do I feel like I've seen this before?
Well, because you have. Twice.
Twice. Ah!
It's not a playable character, I'll tell you that.
Okay, then never mind.
But you have met him.
Theater Mechanicus.
Which is what I'm doing now. It's very fun.
Alright, let's do Clash of Glowing Blades, and I guess I'll do the others off screen.
Yeah, the Clash thing is... Did he just destroy that? That son of a...
Alright, so 7 to 9. Well, perfect.
Okay, the Ruin Raider destroys stuff. Good to know.
651. So who are we meeting out on this one? Where is the paper? That's Goblin's letter.
Dang it. Yeah, that
Arrival Festival, read. Third day of the festival, shipping gas, stop over 1 person.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just meeting 1 person here, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Event details. Inazuma's Komokata among the lasers and the theater mechanics and yeah. I'll get to that when I can.
Yeah, theater mechanics is pretty fun, to be honest.
Kimura, the Dosh in charge of maintaining order at the Irodori Festival, seems to be having a hard time. Alright, so the True Tales of the Violet Garden. Who are we meeting here?
It's already time for us to be at the docks. Let's go!
I'm going, Paimon, I'm going!
The schedule says, ship stopover, 1 person. Does that mean we're only welcoming 1 guest today?
I'm guessing 1 guest. Hello, what?
That figure on the wharf!
Kazuha!
Yeah, the Traveler clone that everyone thought was a different outfit at first. Or like a dark version of the Traveler.
I could see it and also I can't at the same time.
Traveler and Paimon?
Yeah.
I heard there would be guides for the
Because you know how he has
Festival,
like the
but
same
I didn't
outfit and
expect
stuff,
it would be
relatively.
Yeah.
We didn't expect to see you either! Returning as a guest for the Irodori Festival, no doubt.
I was a little surprised myself when I received the invitation. But after wandering the outside world for so long, it's good to have an opportunity to return to my homeland and pay respects to my old friends.
Kazuha, when we saw you in the distance just now, you seemed to be looking for something. What happened?
Ah, yes. You see, when I came off the boat with everyone just now, I suddenly heard light footsteps around me. I could tell they were not footsteps of a regular passenger. But by the time I turned around, the person had already disappeared. I only heard a splash come from below the pier.
A splash from below
Even
the
though
pier?
I didn't manage to catch a glimpse of them, I found this strange piece of paper by my feet.
Oh, does the paper happen to have a poem written on it?
Huh. How did you know?
We, just a lucky guess.
Fascinating. It's almost hard to believe such things could happen. Sure, here it is. Please, have a look.
Akihito. Long have I been famed, and since my youth I had great ambition and stamped out every new verse with Scar seal, and thus I was known to all. And last year when we presented our verses, mine was found to be taken from a poet's past. For the theft and deception I was banished into the wilderness. Besides everything else, the banished into the wilderness just sounds like Kazuha entirely.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to be the third painting. Good to know.
Last time, Aoi no Okina's poem ended with a reference to Akihito. And sure enough, this is a story about him. The story this time basically says that Akihito got his name from his love of red seals. However, the shogun discovered that he had committed plagiarism, and he was soon exiled. Well, if Paimon were to rate today's story, it sounds pretty unfortunate.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with this story. I too was once wanted as a criminal by the shogunate. So I'm not all that different from Akihito mentioned.
Exactly!
But according to the story, Akihito was exiled by the shogun because of his wrongdoing.
One more thing.
You did nothing wrong, Kazuha.
Huh?
Traveler, what are you thinking about?
The seal mentioned in the
By the
story.
way, you mentioned that your friend has been struggling because he's unable to sign his name quickly, right?
Yeah.
In Liyue and Inazuma, there is a saying, that which has been stamped has also been signed.
Oh, he could just
Perhaps
stamp
using
the
a seal
books.
could be a feasible solution.
Mm-hmm.
While sailing at sea, I sometimes carve things to pass the time. If you wish to create a stamp for his seal, I might be able to help.
Wow, that's an idea. Quick, let's go tell Albedo.
Let's go! A new painting in pale scarlet. Yo, Albedo! Everything load up, please. Thank you.
Albedo, we figured out a way to help Shincho.
Xingqiu.
Interesting. A story of the 5 Kasen appears again, and with a timely solution. Stamped seal, huh? I think. Indeed, it is an efficient solution. If we use a stamp, then Xingqiu won't have to struggle with his handwriting anymore. However, since Xingqiu's signature has been previously revealed to the readers, it would seem insincere if he only used the stamped seal for his new books. But I have another idea. Using a seal is a part of it, of course. Let's go to Ouya restaurant now to discuss my idea with
Let's
everyone.
make him write his signature one time. Then. Signature one time and just copy and paste. There's nothing wrong with that. At least not that I know of.
I swear this controller drift is pissing me off so much.
Yeah, it's simple solution. If people expect Jingqiu's handwriting as a signature, why don't we have Jingqiu just write a signature one time on the stamp? That's a simple solution. I mean, that's probably easier than anything else I could come up with.
come on.
Yes, that's it, Genyu. Your writing has greatly improved today, which means yesterday's intensive training was effective.
My apologies, but I simply can't do it anymore. My hands are so sore that I can't even move them anymore. I should have known better than to read novels during calligraphy class.
You just had a 10-minute break. Come on, you can do this.
When it comes to pushing a deadline, there's no one more brutal than Mr. Hirayama.
No wonder Lady Yai would always send the editorial director to handle troublesome authors.
Whoa, this is getting scary. It hasn't even been that long and Shincho's already zombified.
Mr. Hirayama, we found a solution that might just solve our dilemma. In both Liyue and Inazuma, seals are widely used as the equivalents of a signature. If we use a stamp to leave the author's seal on the books, then we can make the signature process a lot easier. Of course, a seal on its own is not enough. So, I propose that each signature consists of 2 parts. First, we'll use a personalized seal. We can simply carve one using Chenyu's signature as the design. In addition, I'll also design a simple but elegant pattern that's easy for Chenyu to write. That way, he will only need to draw a simple pattern on each book.
Let me think. Alright, I think that would work. Not only does it still involve the author's own handwriting, but the result should be very beautiful as well.
So, what you mean to say is, I've been saved from this predicament?
Mr. Hirayama, it suddenly occurred to me that the reason we gave up on live book signings previously was because it would take too long for the author to sign each book. But if we adopted Calx's proposed method, we might have enough time to do signatures at the live event. And if all the authors signed their books in the same fashion, then Genyu's signature wouldn't look out of place.
Well, if you think it's feasible, I would certainly be happy to design signatures for the other authors as well.
Yes, and you may leave carving the stamps to me.
In that case, I shall contact the other 2 authors participating in the new release event.
Oh my god, I hate
It's a great
this!
honor to use a signature designed by Calx.
My pen name is quite complicated and isn't suitable for signing events. However, if we implement this new format, then it'll be a dream come true for me as
Alright.
well.
Great! Looks like everyone's on board with the idea.
I'm sorry to have kept you busy for so long, Genyu. Please, take the next few days to have a good rest. We'll handle everything from here. The books that Genyu already signed can be used as special prizes in future events held by the AI Publishing House.
We did it. The event is saved.
Thanks to everyone's efforts, Onodera and I are finally free of that mess.
That's right! You're finally free, Shincho! Maybe you should step outside for some fresh air.
Alright, well that's a simple solution. And you said the last one is going to be released when, Kevin?
It was released today, actually.
I'm guessing that's the 4th quest.
No, the 4th quest was already out. It's the 5th one that just came out today.
Oh, weird. I didn't see it.
You got to do them in order to see the next one.
Oh, so I have to complete every other one.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the 5th quest, I guess, unlocks. Okay.
Yeah. You have to do them all in order for the thing to work.
Again, can I see the people, please? Thank you.
Come on, I need to get at least 2,000.
Ayaka! Hey, Ayaka!
Oh, it's Ayaka! And Venti! That's an interesting combo.
Yeah, an interesting combo. Ayaka, are you okay?
I was just going to the festival venue to prepare the Ikebana lesson when I found a strange piece of paper on a flower stand.
On a flower?
This bar just happened to be close by at the time. He informed me that you've also found similar papers recently. As such, we came together to find you two.
But the paper she found isn't quite the same as the ones we found before.
Here's the paper. Please, have a look.
Sumi Zone. I submerge the verses in the...
Oh, there goes Queen.
I submerged the verses into clear water and the truth did emerge. Invisible ink?
Huh. All the poems we found before were roughly the same length. But this one is only 2 lines.
And even though there are only 2 short sentences, neither of them are next to the title or centered on the page. The position of the writing seems to indicate that there is other content written on this paper besides these 2 lines.
Invisible ink, that's what I'm
If
saying.
we take the poem literally, it reads, "Dip this paper in water and see the truth naturally appear." Speaking of which, I have an ancient text at home, specializing in ancient and exotic stories. It mentions a special ink that will show itself when wet and disappear when it's dry.
There's all the gems I can
shall we
earn
give it a
from
whirl?
this event.
It just so happens that there's a pond nearby.
Let's go. I wouldn't call it, I guess you could call it a pond. Oh, this pond.
Wow.
Carefully dip the paper into the water.
This whole event just added so much lore to the game.
Let Paimon see what it says.
Yeesh.
Going over his poetry, I found that the plagiarized piece did not have its scarlet seal. I submerged the verses into clear water, the truth did emerge. The true verses were not washed away, but the text of the despicable crime faded. Oh, I know it's going to pass me by just as he was writing a verse for Akihito. One storm had yet to settle, and yet it was already time to write a new poems.
The story says that after Sumizomi got the collection of poems from Akihito and put them into a stream of water...
So, we almost got every single element in this group. We got 2 Animo, a Hydro, a Geo, and now we got a Cryo. Hydro, Geo, Cryo. That means, I don't count the Traveler as an element since you can control all of them, basically. So that means we are missing Electro, a Dendro, which I doubt we're going to get. Is it just those 2? Electro and something else. Am I misremembering one? Oh, and Pyro. Oh wait, we already have Pyro with Klee, so...
Yeah. Dendro is the only one you can't get.
Yeah, so we're only missing Electro. We're only missing an Electro character, unless I'm not remembering one.
Unless, well, technically in Inazuma you use the Electro character for your Traveler, you know?
Yeah, I know, but I wouldn't really count him since he could control any element.
Yeah, fair enough.
Animo, Hydro, Geo, Cryo, Pyro. Yeah, all that's missing is Electro, because I doubt we're going to get Dendro.
Yeah, well, there is a Dendro character that appears. I'll tell you that much.
Alright.
The plagiarized words in the poem became blurry. Huh?
Or Electro character, I mean. Blah.
You see, Paimon,
I'm
in
an
the
idiot.
past, when printing was not yet well developed, handwritten text could easily become smudged in books when exposed to moisture. To ensure the text lasted longer, they'd either write using a special ink or coat the paper's surface with a waterproof coating once the writing was finished. Such special inks are time-consuming and laborious to produce, and the waterproof coating could also prove just as difficult. However, since Akihito's poetry collection was an important gift to be presented to the Shogun, surely one of those 2 methods was used to protect it. But as for the plagiarized poems, not only would they lack Akihito's seal, but the words would also react differently when exposed to liquid.
Which means Akihito didn't plagiarize his work. He was set up.
Yes, it appears that this is the truth that Sumizome's story is trying to convey. Although the story is saddening, I've decided on the subjects to use for Akihito and Sumizome's portraits.
Okay, so Kazuha for Akihito and Sumizome Ayaka.
Kazuha, Ayaka, would you be willing
He's
to give a notice
learning,
for my paintings?
Yay!
I would be delighted.
What time is it? Okay.
Yes, as would I.
There you go. The next 2 portraits should be ready in no time.
Yes. And now that all 4 stories have all been collected, the story of the 5 Kasen is now fully completed.
5 Kasen, but isn't there one more painting?
Long ago,
Cutting.
Inazuma had 5 legendary poets. People bestowed upon them the title of the 5 Kasen.
One year, the poet Suiko made his way to Tenshukaku and presented the Kasen's work for the shogun's perusal. But a page from the works of Aoi no Okina had been torn out, and Suiko was questioned regarding the matter. Suiko pleaded guilty. He admitted to drinking at the tavern the night before, and vaguely recalled a mysterious figure approaching while he was intoxicated.
That figure was none other than Aoi no Okina himself. This turn of events had begun with an unnamed individual, under whose coercion, Aoi no Okina was forced to take drastic measures to retrieve a page of poetry. He knew nothing of this individual's true intentions. All he knew was that the poem had to do with an old acquaintance, Akihito.
Akihito had once belonged to the 5 Kasen. Each poem he composed, he marked with a scarlet red seal, hence the Aka in his name. Such a distinguished writer was he, and yet one of the poems he had submitted the previous year was found to be plagiarized. Akihito was exiled for his crimes, and only 4 of the 5 Kasen remained.
Sumizome went over Akihito's poems and noticed that the plagiarized poem lacked his seal. She immersed his poetry in a stream nearby, and only on the plagiarized poem did the ink run. Aoi no Okina passed by and witnessed Sumizome's doing, which he then recorded in a poem. Thus transpired the events of Suiko's poetry submission, and this is where the story comes to an end.
Well, that was certainly something. Hold on.
Blue screen?
Yeah, I wanted to save them so I could upload each of the cutscenes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Ever since we completed the story of the 5 Kasen, there's still one thing Paimon hasn't been able to figure out.
There's one other
One of
painting.
the 5 Kasen is called Kuronushi, right?
Yeah.
It's just that, how could the story of the 5 Kasen finish without him appearing at all?
Oh! Have you really not noticed?
Huh? Not noticed what? This is no time to be playing games, don't get bored!
What he means is that the story of Kuronushi was already embedded within the 4 poems.
Huh? Really?
Let's That's right. The key lies in the poem that Aoi no Okina wrote after seeing Sumizome rinsing the poetry collection. An average person could never understand the scene of a young girl washing Akahito's poetry collection in a stream. Even Aoi no Okina couldn't figure out the meaning behind Sumizome's actions. He was simply reminiscing and thinking about his old acquaintances. However, for the perpetrator who framed Akahito, it was completely obvious. He was worried that if this poem was seen by the Shogun, then the Shogun could discover the truth behind the plagiarism incident. If that happened, then he'd be finished. So, in desperation, he threatened Aoi no Okina to make him tear out this poem.
Which means the one who threatened Aoi no Okina is the same person that framed Akahito. What? Kuranushi?
That's right. Though there are only 4 poems, they still managed to tell the complete story of all 5 kasen. Since the Shogun mentioned in the poems is certainly not the one of the 5 kasen, the only character left is the mysterious one with an unknown identity.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
However, this also brings something else to mind. The story of the 5 kasen has more or less reflected everything that's been happening around us lately. Which begs the question, is there a Kuronushi in our world as well?
A Kuronushi? In our world?
Speaking of which, I wonder if our dear Kazuha has come up with anything.
Oh, right! Kazuha! He's been pretty quiet this whole time. Let's ask him!
Kazuha! The hijack Kazuha.
Hey, Kazuha! Are you okay? You've been standing in front of this blank canvas for a while, and you don't look so good.
Apologies for making a wild assumption, but has the story of the 5 kasen reminded you of anything?
The events?
Yes. A few things did come to mind, actually. However, they were nothing more than some past incidents regarding my family. I don't mind sharing the stories, but I'd prefer not to bring you any more trouble.
Hey! We're all friends here, Kazuha. You can always tell us whatever's on your mind.
Kaidehara, please forgive my assumption, but perhaps you were thinking of the Raiden Gokuden?
Gokuden?
Raiden Gokuden? What's that?
It appears that Miss Kamisato and I were thinking of the same thing. But it also has much to do with the Yashiro Commission. It would be improper to speak of it here without the consent of Miss Kamisato.
It's fine. Those of us here are all trustworthy, so there isn't any harm in it. However, this matter is somewhat complicated and may be difficult to explain. Let me start with the Raiden Gokuden. As you all know, the Yashiro Commission's primary purpose is managing ceremonial and cultural affairs, and Inazuma's art of forging swords is a very important part of our culture. The Raiden Gokuden were once the top 5 schools of the forging art in Inazuma. Although these families were swordsmiths by craft, they also held many important positions in the Yashiro Commission. Unfortunately, of the 5, only the Amenoma art still maintains its artisan lineage. The descendants of the Ishin art are also still alive, but the craft has been lost to time. The descendants of the Ishin art are none other than the Kaidehara family.
Whoa! We knew Kazuha came from a noble family, but we had no idea about his connection to the Yashiro Commission and sword making.
Yes, but that's all part of the past now. The Ishin art was lost with my great-grandfather's generation. My grandfather was dissatisfied with my great-grandfather's lack of effort. When he was young, my grandfather traveled all over Teyvat to find a way to revive the family business.
About Kazuha now?
But it was to no avail. And in my generation, our last remaining family property was lost as well.
I heard my elder brother mention that the decline of the Raiden Gokuden happened very rapidly. In the span of a few decades, 3 of the families suffered various misfortunes
Probably.
and disappeared completely.
I had my computer turned up so I could hear
Later, there was
characters
speculation
talking
that
on
all of
stream.
these misfortunes stemmed from some background
I don't know why,
machinations.
but they always seem kind of quiet.
Meaning that someone wanted to wipe out the Raiden Gokuden. However, since not every family of the Raiden Gokuden came to ruin, such explanations were treated as nothing more than a conspiracy theory.
Indeed. I've also believed such ideas were just theories and rumors. However, I know that a major incident happened to my great-grandfather when he was young. Not only did it affect the Kaedahara clan, but it nearly jeopardized the Kamisato clan's position in the Yashiro Commission as well.
Yeesh, that one's going.
After reading the story of the 5 Kasen, I can't help but feel like it's pointing me toward the truth behind that incident.
I'm kind of sad you guys didn't disconnect for some reason.
I still can't say.
That means
Need to
yours
speak
must
with
have been
someone to
messing
verify
up.
the details.
Mine does that.
Let's meet here
Weird.
again at noon tomorrow.
The heck is this?
I will tell you everything I know then.
Well, a new painting in pale scarlet.
Wait a minute. Is there another secret jet? Oh no, this is one of those
The clone
record
thing.
things.
You received no commissions from Catherine, nor do you have appointments with any friends, and yet in the darkness, a golden light leads you to a small island in the middle of the ocean. How strange. I'm
That's the fighting one.
I'm missing the Irodori Festival. The florist Fushi Yozomi is looking for someone to experience the art of Inkabana.
Yeah. All those you can get gems from.
The palace dyed in black.
1 client.
I do
2
suggest doing the
clients, 3 clients.
fighting one, or at least going there, because I think you will like to see one of the characters you fight.
On stream.
Yeah.
Wait until the following afternoon.
Sword Doggo, that's the only clue you're getting.
So I'm fighting Sword Doggo.
For one of them, yes.
That's not much of a hit now, is it?
Also, it's kind of a tough fight.
What truths Kazuha bring forth? Alright, let's go find out. No, not settings. Do I have to wait a full day for it?
Just use the clock.
Okay, I had to go to the next day, okay.
Yeah.
Next day... I guess 12:02. Dun 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 dun. Alright, let's go.
Kazuha said he would wait for us at the 5 Kasen Plaza today. Let's go find him there.
Alright, and looks like everyone's here.
That's the gimmick. Everyone is
You're
here.
It appears everyone has arrived.
This isn't Smash.
I had to make the joke when you said that. You know I had to.
Last night, I visited a former servant who once worked for my family. I was able to learn the entirety of what happened all those years ago. In my great-grandfather's generation, the Ishin art was tasked with forging an important Goshinto according to an ancient forging diagram. Though all the craftsmen involved were very experienced, the process was still unsuccessful. Every blade that was forged was defective. When the deadline came, the blade still wasn't finished. So the craftsmen all fled and hid for fear of punishment. The Kaidahara clan and Yashiro Commission then conducted an investigation. My great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan eventually tracked down the craftsmen near the seaside. However, they met fierce resistance from the craftsmen, and in the end they were unable to prevent them from escaping by sea. The Kaidahara clan was severely punished for the swordsmiths that had escaped, and the family gradually fell into decline. Moreover, I heard that the head of the Kamisato clan was injured by the fleeing swordsmiths, which combined with his advanced age caused him to pass away shortly thereafter.
Yes. The sudden passing of the family head left the Kamisato clan leaderless. Treacherous people took advantage of the situation and put the family status in the Yashiro Commission at jeopardy. This single incident had profound effects. Even after the position as head of the clan was passed to my father, the Kamisato clan still wasn't able to regain its prior reputation. But, thanks to my brother, everything is getting better now.
The failure to forge the blade was ultimately attributed to a lack of required skill and finesse. The Kaidahara clan and the Yashiro Commission always believed that was the... However, the story of the 5 Kasen seems to imply that the failure didn't stem from a lack of skill, but rather, the diagram had been tampered with by someone. Miss Kamisato, I heard yesterday that the Yashiro Commission has still kept the diagram ever since the failed forging all those years ago. Might I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes, I understand. I will go back and search for the diagram. Please come meet me at the Kamisato estate later.
To the Kamisato estate. With just a Paimon's face and with a swirl on the screen. Doo-doo-doo.
Oh, if only that was in the game, that'd be amazing.
Hello, Queen.
Hey, Queen.
How you doing?
Yeah, I kind of figured. But you sound better now.
I'm just currently doing some editing for some videos, essentially.
You motherfuckers just threw knives at me?
And by that I mean I'm essentially making the entrances for all the youngs at the moment. Well, I say making, mostly just not put basically an entire big super cut of them all together.
And the Kamisato. I'm almost finished with the stream.
Okay.
I'm probably going to do this and end it afterwards.
And then just do the other stuff off screen.
Yeah.
Here you go, 15 minutes. Queen, you should have heard him yelling earlier. He actually yelled at one of the characters. He yelled, He yelled, "You drunk bard!"
In context, it makes a... Yeah,
I've managed to find the old
it makes a lot more sense in context.
The character he was yelling at, who's a bard, who's infamous for
Getting
being
drunk.
obsessed with liquor and being drunk. Heck, he arrives to Inazuma in a wine crate, passed out drunk.
3 or 4 centuries of history.
Whoa, that's pretty old. Is it still possible to find any evidence of tampering?
At this point, we can only try our luck and see how we fare.
One way to freaking make an entrance somehow.
Yeah, me and Rem want to beat the crap out of him for it.
Although the effect is not too obvious,
Because we had to talk
you
to
can still see
the
that
person in
some words have now
charge,
started to
so he
smudge.
didn't get arrested.
Kazuha, this is clear evidence that this chart was indeed tampered with. Someone framed the Kaedehara clan all those years ago.
Yeah,
I see.
really should
That's the only way you learn.
I fear that I've discovered this secret too late. When my grandfather was
Alright,
young,
Hydro Abyss Mage,
he proposed
come over here so I
reviving
can
the
fry
Ishin
your
art many
ass.
times to my great-grandfather. But my grandfather was only scolded for being too foolhardy. Yesterday, the former family servant said that my great-grandfather even went to the Yashiro Commission to request that diagram from the head of the Kamisato clan. He then showed that diagram to my grandfather and asked him and his subordinates to try to forge the sword. Sure enough, my grandfather also failed. My great-grandfather then told him, if you can't find the secret within, then the Ishin art deserves to fade from the world. My grandfather left Inazuma in a rage after hearing those words.
Shouldn't have been standing
He
in
didn't
the
ever see
water.
my great-grandfather
Kinda
again.
easy to electrocute you.
Even till the day of his passing. Looking back at it now,
Why does it feel like something Queen would
the
say
argument
before she,
between the
when
two
she
of
kills
them was
somebody?
simply meaningless.
What
You
Kevin just
shouldn't-
said.
You shouldn't be standing in that water. Makes it very easy to electrocute you. She just plunges jumper cables into the water.
Bothered with the forging arts. It appears that his failure took quite a toll on it.
Kazuha, did your great-grandfather really say, if you
Anya?
can't find the secret within? Did he use those exact words?
That sounds like something you would do,
The
Queen.
servant said that he personally heard those words, and still remembers them very clearly. My grandfather was so angry at the time that he smashed my great-grandfather's cherished bonsai tree.
She
Yes,
just,
it
she
appears
just set
that
you on fire.
understand my meaning. Kazuha, if
Oh,
your
like Clee.
great-grandfather thought that the Ishin art lacked finesse, then after witnessing his son's failure, wouldn't he have said something more along the lines of, your skills aren't sufficient? But instead he said, if you can't find the secret within. Don't you find that a little strange?
It's like, I'm gonna make sure you burn.
Oh, so you're saying my great-grandfather may have very well known that the failure was due to someone's tampering?
Kind of like Pyro from TF2 then, in a
Evidence
way.
suggests that is highly likely.
Just doesn't talk.
I apologize, but would you all please accompany me to the Tenryou Commission? After I became a wanted criminal, the Tenryou Commission seized my family's last remaining estate, which contained all of my family's old belongings. I want to inquire about the whereabouts of those belongings. If I can find them, we might be able to get some clues.
Alright, let's get moving.
Let's go to the Tenryou Commission headquarters.
Seriously, you think these guys would learn not to stand in the water?
You know, Joker's joy buzzer, essentially.
I was just about to say, you need the Joker's buzzer. Just like 50 million volts. Oh god, no, that's evil. Get a stun baton.
Why do you describe it that way?
Hey, Kujo-Sara!
Remind me not to piss you off. As if I need another reason.
What are you all doing here? Did something happen on Rito?
Hello, I'm one of those people.
Kujo-Sara.
We all live in constant fear.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I
Queen,
do.
just a quick
You're
thing.
Kaedehara
Whenever I make the video, I will say I did
criminal
borrow your
during
arena
the
for
vision
Samantha's
hunt.
entrance.
However, your arrest warrant has since been repealed.
I also borrowed axes for Leon, so...
Seized by the Tenryou Commission. Do you know where all their belongings are now?
Yes, The item seized at
So
that
no
time
rest for the
are currently
wicked.
stored in the warehouse next to the police station.
Hunting grounds and
Since Kaedehara
Unknown
has
Horizon.
come back to Inazuma, those
Unknown
items should
Horizons.
be returned to their rightful owner.
No, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm not here to reclaim those belongings. I just want to
Okay,
investigate
you wanna know what's
for a
funny?
personal matter.
You said no rest for the wicked,
Alright, I'll
and
inform
I
the
used one of my
police station.
abilities to call it
take you into the
Raven.
warehouse.
That's literally what he said when he came onto the field.
Kaedehara,
I was gonna
about
say-
the vision hunt decree.
That's all in the past now, Kujo-Sara.
I was gonna say, Queen, whenever I do post a video, yeah, just
you've
know
also
that
had
real
your own
quick.
convictions
Also, if you want,
and struggles.
it's still up there because Louise left it up there.
However, may I ask something of you?
Yes.
Yeah, at least you won't have to really
Currently, I have
bother.
no plans
You can
to
choose
stay
whatever,
in
whatever,
Inazuma.
like, and like videos and stuff
As a
like that you
result,
want for it.
those
So,
items
well,
from my family's
whatever,
estate
because you know
are
what
of no
it's
use
like.
to me, Madam Kujo. I believe you are a person of integrity. After our investigation is over,
Oh, yeah?
I'd like to ask if you can handle those belongings for me. Please, sell them, and use the money to help the poor.
All right, I understand. I'll be sure to take care of it.
Okay.
To the police station warehouse.
Yeah. Alright.
You must be here to investigate the Kaedehara clan's
Okay, yeah, I'm just laughing at
Kujo's
something.
already informed me of the situation.
Samantha's
Please come this
entrance. I don't know why. The Montez Ford entrance just fits her too well. I don't know why, but it makes me laugh. It's her dancing around. I'm like, this is a former MMA fighter, but I'm like, you know what? It makes sense.
Alright. To forge.
The Kaedehara clans belong.
It's weird. It's like the fact that it's also like it looks like she's dancing to her own music.
Scattered throughout in order to save space. My deepest apologies. However, I have clearly marked the corresponding items, so they shouldn't be too difficult to find. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Please come see me if you require any assistance.
Kazuha, since the items are scattered throughout the building, I propose we split up and look for clues.
Yes, sounds like a plan.
Up to you.
Thanks for your help, everyone.
Oh, it's you. I'm currently investigating the sword rack.
Oh, since the Kaedehara clan was a family of renowned swordsmiths, then this blade should be super valuable, right? Maybe it's a treasure of the Ishin art!
I'm afraid not. Although the sword rack is made of fine wood, the swords placed here appear to be quite ordinary. Due to the dire financial situation of the late Kaedehara clan, everything of value has probably been sold off already. The blade on the sword hasn't been sharpened, but there are many signs of use on the hilt. Perhaps Kaedehara used it for training as a child.
Let Paimon see! Oh, there seems to be
Yeah, this one fits too well for this. I can't change it.
Kazu.
It's Not Listening by Papa Roach.
So it really was Kazuha's! Paimon can imagine what Kazuha was like as a kid.
I will continue investigating here and call you if I find anything interesting.
Damn.
Whoa.
Of course, Jinchi would look at the books.
What did you find, Shincho?
Are you
I
surprised?
found quite the pile of old books.
Of course, you would go for the books.
These books here are all related to smelting steel, and these
More
are
than the
all about
bookworm.
forging blades. This pile over here
Wait a
is all
sec,
about
what the
plants and
hell?
flowers.
The books
The
about
special
plants and
mushroom
flowers must
pizza
have
in
belonged to
Inazuma
Kazuha's
they combine?
I
The
skimmed through
description
them just
says
now,
a pancake
and I didn't find
with
anything
ample
particularly
toppings.
worth noting. I shall take a closer look and let you know if I find anything.
So they use a pancake instead of like making the pizza crust?
Oh,
I like calling it a mushroom pizza.
Well,
why am I not surprised, Venti?
there's mushrooms on it.
Why am I not surprised you're over here?
Well, they don't have as many ingredients as we do in Tavad. So,
There must be some around here somewhere. Do you see all these pots here? Some of them are bound to have liquor inside, right?
Why? How did I guess you were looking for liquor?
Everyone else is trying hard to help, and you're
The
over here
fact that he's saying that.
oh, the Tavad travel guide.
Merely jest, of course. Come on, we're close to uncovering the truth now. Why do you look so worried?
Pretty please, Kitsune.
Paimon doesn't really get why Kazuha told Sara to sell all these belongings. What if
And of
we
course, you
don't
would
end up
sell
finding
that.
anything
Here
today?
you go.
Then wouldn't
Wait, that was one of the
Kazuha
5
lose
lost
chance of
books.
finding out what really happened all those years ago? You know, just saying.
I know
What
you're
the hell
worried
is it
about
doing on the
Kazuha,
surface?
But if you ask me, he is stronger than you think. Since Kazuha made such a
Okay,
request
then.
to Sara, that indicates he's already made his choice. Whether we find out the truth or not today, or whatever it turns out to be, he's ready to accept it. No, not intuition. Rather, I've lived for a long time now, so you could say I have some experience in reading people. Leave the things here to me. You two can look around elsewhere.
Alright, now, Beta, what do you have?
Oh, it's you. Unfortunately, I have yet to find anything of value here.
Whoa, this folding screen looks pretty old, though.
Yes, perhaps if it were better maintained, then it could fetch a decent price. However, I doubt it could be sold in its current condition. I was taking a closer look just now and noticed a large piece of dirt caught in the fabric fibers on the back side. The soil is deeply embedded into the cloth. That means a great deal of force was used when the dirt was lodged into the cloth. It's likely that this patch of dirt is from the very flower pot thrown by Kazuha's grandfather. Because this is not what we're looking for now. Let me think. If I wanted to leave a message behind, I would probably choose to leave it on something a little more special.
Albedo seems to be thinking pretty hard. We better not bother him.
Everyone, I've found something that you should all have a look at.
Oh.
Seems Kazuha discovered something. Let's go see what he's got.
Oh, the bonsai tree.
This flower pot was in my house for a long time. I heard that it was left behind by my great-grandfather.
Yeah, the plant seemed to have been dead for a while now.
Well, after my great-grandfather stopped studying the forging arts, he picked up the hobby of keeping bonsai plants. Most of his prized plants were given to others once he became seriously ill. But he specifically left behind this dead plant at the time, and even instructed my grandfather not to throw it away in his will. My grandfather deeply regretted that he never managed to reconcile with my great-grandfather, so he left the plant exactly as it was. But now that I think about it, my great-grandfather could very well have left it behind for other reasons.
Now that you mention it, this flower pot is kinda suspicious.
Yes. Let's take a closer look, shall we?
Hidden compartment about a flower pot.
It's only a bunch of blank paper. Do you think someone already discovered the compartment and swapped the contents?
Paimon, did we not just go over invisible ink?
No, I do not think that is the case here. See the
It's
paper?
Paimon, what do you
It's
expect?
quite yellowed, which means it's very old.
You mean to say that these sheets have been written with special ink? Like that which Miss Kamisato found before?
Yes, I agree with this hypothesis.
Okay, let's give it a dunk then.
There is a pond outside the police station. I'll use the water there.
plain old sheets of paper, were they?
Just as everyone guessed, after I sprinkled some water onto the paper, writing did indeed begin to appear on it. It is a letter, written by my great-grandfather.
Oh? What does the letter say?
It is. I'll tell you what my great-grandfather knew at the time, but before that, I wish to take you somewhere. Everyone, please follow me.
To the seaside.
Welcome to Netsuke no Gen Crafts. You can make things other than sculptures as well.
Toodaloo.
Guess we're gonna have to take care of something.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Sorry about that. Dogs are barking for some reason.
You're fine.
They're
Alright.
doggos, they're gonna bark.
Let's go to the side.
Go! Phew!
Okay, there. To the seaside we go, to the seaside we go, to the seaside, to the seaside, to the seaside we go.
Kaidehara, why did you lead us to this beach?
It is. In fact, my great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan tracked the fleeing swordsmiths to this very location. Our hypothesis was correct. My great-grandfather was well aware of the truth behind the defective blades. And it was right here where they encountered the culprit who framed the Kaidehara clan and the Raiden Gokaden. It reads, "To whoever reads this letter, I, Kaidehara Yoshinori, have been held to a certain secret throughout my entire life. I don't have much longer in this world, and after much consideration, I finally decided to disclose the matter. All those years ago, when I was pursuing the swordsmiths alongside Commissioner Kamisato of the Yashiro Commission, I was not injured by one of the fleeing smiths. Rather,
it was night, and after the clues led us down to shore, I waited for the culprits to show themselves. However, there were no swordsmiths in sight. This stranger claimed to be the one behind the failed forgings, and said that he had been patiently waiting for us. He then threatened to destroy the Raiden Gokaden. That person was of able body, and in a blink of an eye, myself and the accompanying samurai had been defeated. Commissioner Kamisato was severely wounded, and I barely escaped death myself. My hat had fortunately blunted a blow to my head. The unusual stranger could have easily claimed my life at that moment, but after noticing my appearance, he stopped his attacks and sternly asked if I had any connection with the name Niwa. I answered that it was my father's surname, And after my father disappeared, I was adopted by the Kaedahara family. Upon hearing my answer, the stranger paused. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Tell her this. My name is Kunikuzushi." He then turned and left.
Oh.
Wow. So that's what really happened.
Yes. My great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan escaped from death and learned that the forging diagram had been tampered with by Kunikuzushi. However, due to the encounter, the head of the Kamisato clan was worried that my great-grandfather would be falsely accused of being involved with the perpetrator. So even on his deathbed, the master of the Kamisato clan cautioned my great-grandfather to never speak of what happened. Because the perpetrator said he would destroy the Raiden Gokaden, my great-grandfather worried that the perpetrator would still return for vengeance. So, to protect his loved ones, he closed the family business. He said, "As the leader of the Kaedahara clan, I am deeply ashamed to witness the decline of the Ishin art. But as a father, it is my priority to ensure the safety of my children." Yes, that's right. If my grandpa had somehow discovered the secret behind the tampered diagram all those years ago, perhaps my great-grandfather would have told him the truth. Unfortunately, he failed to catch any of the hints in my great-grandfather's words. Miss Kamisato, it appears you were unaware of the happenings that my great-grandfather described here. What are your thoughts?
I suppose the reason the head of the Kamisato house never spoke of this to the family was due to similar safety concerns. If the perpetrator was capable of tampering with even the Shogun's diagrams, and could single-handedly defeat many men, then he is not an ordinary enemy. I will discuss this matter with Brother shortly, and investigate the identity behind the one called Kunikuzushi. Rest assured, we will act cautiously.
To be honest, as I read the letter, I felt much turbulence in my heart. But now I've managed to calm myself. My great-grandfather said in the letter that he did not wish his descendants to blindly seek revenge and be deceived by things of the past. Though he was in a tight situation when he wrote these words, I feel like they are still valid nonetheless. I think what's most important for each person is not the past, but the present. Even though we must carry the burdens from the past, there are also things we wish to strive for. Therefore, knowing the truth behind what happened is enough for me. I will live on just as my great-grandfather had hoped. That being said, if the enemy from all those years ago is still lurking and plotting to stir up more trouble, then I definitely won't turn a blind eye. These are simply insights I've gathered from all that I've experienced. Thank you all for accompanying me in my search for the truth behind that incident.
Great! Now that we're done here, let's head back to Rito.
Kevin, you still here?
Yeah, we're still here.
I saw the flashback.
Yeah, you can tell who that is.
Yeah.
It'll be revealed in the painting, don't worry.
If it is who I think it is, it makes all the more sense now.
Yeah.
Today is the final stage of the Irodori Festival. Not only will there be Shincho's signing event, Though Albedo's painting of Kuranushi will also be unveiled. Let's take a stroll through the festival venue. Maybe we'll find everyone there.
Okay, so I could go. So I could buy things from these shops, the vendors.
Yeah. You can buy dandelion seeds for a ton of money, which is dumb. For 5 at 600,000.
Oh, Ren and Shogun plushies.
Yeah, you get those doing for one of the Legends of the Kasen thing.
I want one. They're adorable.
You'll get one.
Oh, hey, Miko. How are you? Oh, no, that's not Miko. You look like Miko. That's Miko.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just one. Yeah, never mind. Now let's see what you got. Sango Pearl. I'll take a couple of those. Unagi me, I'll take a couple of those. And I don't really need these artifacts.
Yeah. Yeah, make sure to talk to other shops there too.
What are you selling? 60,000!
Yeah! You gotta consider how much it costs to get them there.
Well, I guess. Look, I have over 8 million yen.
Oh, I just gave all my characters all my special mushroom pizza. So they can heal.
Seriously! Who would pay 60,000 for dandelion seeds?
People can't get to Mondstadt?
Yeesh. Alright, Albedo, let's see.
Hello, traveler. Paimon?
Albedo, why is the portrait of Kuranushi all covered up? Paimon wants to see what your Kuranushi portrait looks like.
Don't worry. The unveiling ceremony will be starting shortly. You'll see what it looks like then. I will say that I'm most satisfied with this particular work. I even made a special trip to see someone in order to complete it. They gave me some very valuable suggestions. Is that so? Anyway, there is still time before the ceremony. You may have a look around the venue first.
Look for your friends on site. Of course, Venti's down here. Oh, with Yai Miko?
Mm-hmm. That's never a good sign.
I'm guessing she... If I had the...
She's not the one leading the notes.
No, I was thinking about something else.
Oh. Because trust me, I thought that too.
It's a... I don't want to say anything in case Samurai wants to be spoiler-free.
Yeah, okay.
Yo, what up?
Well, hello everyone.
Hey! What are you two doing together? Don't think we didn't see you two chatting up a storm just now. The moment we came over, you stopped talking.
Is that so? I'm afraid you're just overthinking things.
We were merely discussing wine and food. I'm sure you two wouldn't be interested.
Speaking of good sides with sake, I personally prefer fried tofu.
Forget it. Even if those two are plotting something, they'd still never let us know.
Of course, they never let us know. Of course.
It's Yai Miko, what do you expect? She's crafty as a fox.
She is a fox.
Kitsune.
Stell. Hey, Jinchi. Whatever.
Traveler, Paimon, it's a pleasure to see you. Indeed it did. Thanks to you, the signing event went off without a hitch. And I must say, the readers seem most satisfied.
Shinto, is it just Paimon, or are you on the lookout for something?
You aren't mistaken, though I'm ashamed to admit it. But in fact, I have been on the watch for tourists from Liyue. After all, I came to Inazuma under the pretext of evaluating a potential investment. If an acquaintance were to see me sitting here, then there would be no way to hide the truth from my father. Fortunately, the crowds of readers that came flocking over have kept the usual tourists at bay. Oh, I should mention, Shu is also unaware of the real purpose of my trip. If you happen to meet him, please, remember to keep it a secret. Then, please accept my thanks in advance. I'm sorry that I can't chat long. There are still readers waiting in line. I'll see you later at the unveiling ceremony for Kuronushi's portrait.
Glad your book is selling well in Inazuma. So who's up here? Ah, Ayato and Ayaka.
Mm-hmm. AKA, it's a trap for
Greetings, traveler.
me.
Paimon.
Ayato getting mad because I tried to smash Ayaka.
We finally get to see the big
It's not funny!
Yes, there were many things which required my attention these past few days. Fortunately, the Irodori Festival is proceeding smoothly. The Tri-Commission cooperated closely to prepare this festival, so at long last, I can take a break today.
Yay!
Brother and I are very grateful for your help.
Toma sure is taking his sweet time.
Yes. Today is one of the rare occasions when Brother isn't busy. I was going to buy some books, but he said he wanted to come along. His treat. However, he forgot his wallet at home, so he asked Toma to go back and fetch it for him.
He forgot his wallet at home.
Ayato forgot his wallet.
Yeesh.
Paimon didn't think Ayato could ever be forgetful like that.
Brother always works diligently, and it's rare for him to ever put his duties to the side and relax. So, Toma and I really cherish such moments when he's forgetful.
Alright, so the other one left is Kazuha, which I bet is over here. Or, yeah. Hey, Kazuha!
Kazuha, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at the festival?
I came here to take in the sea breeze. Such a bustling atmosphere is never really to my liking. I knew you were still worried about me. Thank you. But please, don't worry. The things I said in front of everyone weren't just pretty-sounding excuses. Look. See this familiar harbor in front of us?
And
Before,
I have
you could sit here all
Eula's
day
sword
without
all the way
seeing a
maxed
single
out now.
ship pass through. Instead, all you would see were soldiers from the Kanjo Commission, guarding against possible intruders. But now, it's become a bustling place. Not only are foreigners coming to Inazuma again, but traffic between
Hello, everybody. My
and
name is
Tatsuya
Martha.
Island has also been picking up.
I know. I'm just listening to. I'm watching him play Dude Stop.
I was thinking, in some ways, each and every one of us
Stop
are
it.
similar to
Get
this
some
country.
help.
It might take a different amount of time for different people, but there will inevitably come a day when each person can let go of their burdens. And when they finally let go,
I'm still streaming, by the way.
as they please.
Yeah.
At least I wasn't listening to music.
Yep.
Rabbit's stream got got cut off one time because he just did the Do-Re-Mi thing. With the harp.
Right, my stream cut out perfectly when I played like the harp of the Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do.
And cut.
Talk to the editor-in-chief.
Everyone, welcome to the magnificent Irodori Festival. Today, we have ushered in the final stage of our festival.
Ooh.
And now we will reveal the final portrait of the 5 Kasen, Kuronushi, which was done by none other than our guest artist from Mondstadt, Calx.
Paimon has no idea what Albedo's portrait looks like. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking.
Let's all count down together.
3,
2,
2, 1.
What's this? This piece depicts nothing but a background. I suppose Calx must have forgotten to include the character. Let's hear some words from Calx himself regarding the creative process behind this piece.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to say that it was an honor to be invited to create the portraits of the 5 Kasen. The 5 Kasen are legendary figures from ancient Inazuma, famous for their works of poetry. As time passed, poems were composed about them, and they became the subjects of many stories. I learned from existing sources about those stories that the character of Kuronushi is the deepest and most differing of the 5 Kasen. Moreover, Kuronushi lacks a dedicated chapter among the stories. It's as if he is a behind-the-scenes role of the 5 Kasen.
Behind the scenes.
Perhaps we can assume that every creator had a different understanding of Kuronushi. So, in the same way, I also wanted to leave this character to everyone's own imagination. After all, the Irodori Festival is a place for everyone to express their minds through creative works.
Yep, that's Albedo for ya. His super logical explanation is sure to win everyone's approval. Well, it seems that our adventures at the Irodori Festival have come to a close. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, right! We still haven't figured out who left those stories of the 5 Kasen for us to find. Really? Come on then, who is it? Tell Paimon! Well, that makes sense. Otherwise, there'd be no way to give the right paper to the right person every time.
I'll just
Right.
gonna hard,
Even though they
Sam.
were using stories to hint us toward Shincho's troubles, the real goal was to lead us to solve the secrets of the Kaidahara clan. Paimon gets it now. Well, at least Paimon thinks she knows. Let's go! We'll get to the bottom of this.
Look for that person.
Yeah.
Come on. You're not up there.
Oh my. I just saw what one of the April games of the month is.
Oh, hi, amigo. How are you? Okay, where could they possibly hide it here?
Nobody's hiding. It's someone you know.
Is it one of the characters?
Mm-hmm. I'm not telling you which one.
So I have to go through every single one of these. Okay, someone that knows... Wait, where is he?
To be honest, I am very grateful to the one who left those stories for us to follow. This journey allowed me to uncover the truth behind my family, and I am also very fortunate to have you to accompany me and find the answers.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanali.
The person who left behind the stories of the Five Kasen probably chose to do so for Kaedehara's sake. After all, if they wanted to simply tell me what happened, there'd be far easier ways of doing it.
The one who left the stories of the Five Kasen. I'm afraid you guessed wrong, Paimon. It wasn't me.
Huh? Really? Oh, Paimon thought for sure you'd be the sneaky and tricky one.
It wasn't her.
But seeing as you stumbled upon me, you aren't far
You're
from
fine.
being that person now.
Bless you.
Because other than me, there's only one person left.
I didn't hear there's only one person left. What?
There's one person you haven't talked to.
Yes, in fact, I think my current approach to this portrait is the most correct one. After all, there are some things that are better left obscure and out of the public eye.
You're out of the public eye.
Think who has some
Ayato?
Ayato!
Mm-hmm.
You're the one behind the stories of the Five Kasen. But
I think those pants might belong to one of his ninjas. You know?
As it just so happens, one of the reasons I'm here today is to explain the details behind this wild hunt.
Huh. Paimon wants to see how you'll explain yourself out of this one.
First of all, the start of this whole incident was due to mere happenstance. You see, Lady Yai happened to catch sight of Shincho and the editor carrying the books away one night. She thought it was interesting, so she asked me to tease them a bit.
Huh? So it was Miko after all! Paimon knew it! This thing had Miko written all over it!
Okay, so Miko did have a hand in this.
Oh yeah, what did you expect?
That's right.
It's Yai Miko.
But using the story of the Five Kasen to guide you to the Kaedehara family's secrets was
Seriously.
my personal touch. As for my roundabout approach, well, that was something which I had no choice but to do. Yes. Due to a certain incident that occurred earlier, I happened to notice the bonsai plants left behind by Kaedehara Yoshinori, as well as the blank papers hidden inside. I knew there was more than meets the eye regarding those papers, but it took me some time to figure out the secret behind the ink. The kind that would only appear when exposed to water. What Kaedehara Yoshinori said in the letter is very important for both the Kamisato clan and the descendants of the Kaedehara clan, especially Kazuha. The Kaedehara clan used to be subordinates of the Kamisato clan. It was my ancestors who were unable to protect them all those years ago. So now, this obligation fell on my shoulders. Although he has the right to know the truth, the closer he draws to things hidden out of sight, the closer he also draws to danger. I had to confirm whether Kazuha has both the will and ability to be privy to the truth. Of course, I could outright tell him the truth that I had discovered, but maybe he doesn't have the will that's required. In that case, the truth would only become a burden to him. If he lacks the ability, then he wouldn't be able to find the truth in the first place. In which case, it would be better to keep him away from danger altogether. Kaedehara Yoshinori left his message in a roundabout way precisely for this reason. For a long time, I yearned for a suitable opportunity to convey this matter, right up until the night when a legend of sword was smuggled away.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Yeah, it wasn't only Kazuha. You brought all of the rest of us into this plan of yours.
I figured you would ask this question eventually.
Yeah.
I merely saw that this matter would be of value to you. And more importantly, I hoped that while Kazuha and Ayaka were looking for the answers together, they would have some reliable friends by their side. Reliable friends who would be willing to protect them and make measured decisions. Friends who would spare no effort to lend a helping hand in times of trouble, because it is also very likely that you will face the same enemy together in the future. You already know the answer deep down inside, don't you?
I have a feeling.
The answer is actually hidden in the portrait of Kuranushi. When there is no one else near the portrait, you can confirm with your own eyes. As for the means of revealing that answer, well, you have used it many times before.
Albedo used hidden ink.
Mm-hmm.
Man, hidden ink, hidden ink, hidden ink.
I don't know why I did this, but I basically, I guess you know the like Venti's planned that whole thing.
Yeah.
I may or may not have decided to say that Paimon ate the documents.
Alright. Kushinu. Hey!
It's getting pretty late, so nobody else is around now.
It wasn't Paimon.
So Ayato must have been telling us to splash water on the portrait.
Oh look! Venti's sneezing! We gotta get those cats away from him! No, the ultimate distraction is smoke bomb.
I knew it.
Near what, sir?
The trouble all those years ago.
When there is no one else near the portrait, you can confirm with your own eyes.
It's elementary, Watson.
Yeah, it's a story of Genshin, which Samurai will get.
As for the means of revealing that answer, well, you have used it many times before.
Well, you can say the name of the person,
one last
because
thing that we
he's
must
not going to
discuss.
know who that is for quite a while.
It's Scaramouche.
Yeah.
You'll meet him a long time down the road.
Yeah. To be fair, I heard of Scaramouche a while back, before I even got to Inazuma.
The ballad.
I mentioned earlier that the occurrence of a certain incident made me notice the bonsai plants.
I honestly don't even know what that means.
That incident now.
Mention the occurrence of the certain incident with the bonsai plant.
It was just after the Shogun announced the abolition of the Sakoku decree. I heard that something had happened at the Tenryou Commission. They had discovered signs that someone had entered the warehouse storing the Commission's articles of evidence and confiscated items. But nothing was stolen. I felt something unusual about that incident.
I don't want to do this.
Nah, what you don't want to do what, Samurai?
I don't want to steal anything.
Too bad you do it.
You gotta have to in order to save all the Mondstadt.
And sure enough, someone was sneaking in and rummaging through the belongings of the Kaidahara clan.
You mean
Wait.
he was also looking for
A balladeer, a singer or composer of ballads.
He found nothing. Soon after, he had to leave Inazuma by boat.
Let's see, literal definition. What the hell?
The best way to protect a secret is to treat it as if it doesn't exist, is it not?
No, Samurai,
Besides,
welcome to the
identity
most
of this person is
annoying
not
part
hard to guess.
for me at the
After he
beginning.
left Inazuma,
The stealth
I carefully
segment.
checked the Kaidahara clan's belongings one by one, and eventually discovered the papers in the hidden compartment of the flower pot. I am certain that the papers are the secret which the infiltrator sought to find, though he couldn't confirm whether this secret existed at all. So, now on to my final question. Which part of Kaidahara Yoshinori's experiences was the secret that needed to be protected? I don't have an answer to this question at present, so I'll leave it to your future self. As for now, please, enjoy yourselves at the Irodori Festival.
well. Looking at this now, that makes sense. That balladeer was looking for something, but couldn't find it.
Yeah. I wonder what his plans truly are.
We don't know. He left in
He definitely doesn't play nice with his associates.
He always said.
Somehow I'm getting past all these guards because they don't recognize that I'm there.
Yeah. Oh, you're also crouched.
Actually, I didn't even crouch at all.
Alright. I hope all you elementals enjoyed this little event.
Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, go ahead, Samurai.
Say son of a paper.
Squeak!
Hold up, let me get the meme soundboard up real quick.
Oh
wait, no, I can't. Oh no, I can't. I'm not streaming.
Yeah. Oh, wait, you have a soundboard? Dang.
Anything else you guys want to say before I end it?
Nope.
Can't wait till we get to Sumeru.
Yep, same here.
Something you can't say on stream, huh?
Yep. See all your melons in the next stream. Bye.
Peace.